What's up? How you doing? Plutonia, Five Fathers, Bifrost, Mithtan, Phoenix, Yunri, bots. What is up? Immediate first question, can you hear a fan or is my sound quality somehow noticeably worse than before? As I do have a fan running, and it is kind of pointing at the mic, so I'm not sure if that's getting picked up as I speak. Also, this music is rather loud. That's better. Okay, well, if you can't hear it, excellent. I'll probably turn it off soon anyway. Click the wrong button. The shield mode is on. I don't even know what that is. But no, I'll fix up the bot issue later if that's an actual issue. I'll just add some more keywords to automatic mute list. Anyway, I am back. I will probably be streaming a fair bit in the coming days, weeks, who knows. At least that's the idea. I am doing very well. ESA was good fun. Actually wanted to take a look. It's not on screen yet. Hang on, I'm on the wrong scene. There we go. Wanted to take a look at what was even going on at ESA. Which runs I watched. Which ones I should watch. And actually before... do we have a better layout here? The contrast is... Actually, hang on. Can we fix this contrast? Can we fix it? Can we fix it live? Do this. Well, not quite that. Okay, can we do something a bit more pleasant? Something that gives us contrast, but isn't completely gray. Hit me up with something nice and legible. Preferably also not flashbangs. Or maybe we will go quite gray. Or are our links to you? Yeah, I know, but I like how this one has both schedules side by side for both streams. I think we're just gonna go with some sort of dark gray. And yes, this also does have links. Problem is, of course, that it looks pretty crap with the default colors. We'll roll with this. Fuck it. Dark cyan. It's legible. So what's up, Jazzy? And Ragnar. I figured I'd take a look at the ESA stuff, see what I missed and what runs I'd recommend, and all that sheet. I just had to adjust the colors to make it actually readable. And I feel like I didn't watch a whole lot of runs, to be honest. Because prior to the event, I looked up the schedule and was like, Well, I want to watch my friends' runs, and then there was Doom on a flip phone and Blueprints that stood out to me as I want to watch those, and then Blueprints apparently got cancelled for some reason. Also, yeah, excellent point. I don't even need important there. Perfect. Good call. Earliest woken up in a long time. Oh, dang. Sorry about that. Anyway, what did we have? Day one was like... Day one was nothing I was interested in, to be honest. I can dig some RTS runs, simply because they're different.
Hello, and welcome.
But I wouldn't know if they're any good.
Okay, have we done this correctly?
Unit promoted.
Beyond that, there was really nothing. I will give some criticism of the schedule, this clone hero thing. I was so confused by this. I'm all for rhythm games at marathons, but I would expect them to be like some high-level showcase, and I don't really know what this was supposed to be. But it was a swing and a miss for me. I very much did not understand what the idea behind that was. It really seemed to be just let's play some Guitar Hero.
You already know. Jarvis.
Anyway, no Harvard runs this year. I don't think Harvard actually did anything this year. I mean, he was there, we hung out, but I don't think he ran anything. Just, I can't recall any runs. Like fighting games? I don't know about fighting game runs. I tried to watch some Tekken runs some years ago, and I honestly didn't really get it. It's like, again, I can, well, loading screens all over the place. I like the idea of doing genres that are not your typical platformer shooter, horror, whatever. And fighting games and RTS definitely underrepresented in speedrunning, but also not genres I know anything about or find that appealing to watch. Which makes this a very interesting opening. First two runs are fighting game and an RTS. Interesting opening. Day two. Well, day two I was actually watching something. I did have to show up for my pal Kainalo. Watch some of Drakamar. Although I didn't catch too much of it as I did go for breakfast during it, so I would be ready for my own run. Which I think went okay. Watch it on my channel. Give me those impressions. I think the run went okay. I was a minute overestimate. Which, you know what? I'll accept, considering it did have a couple of weird hiccups that I have not experienced before. Like, I suddenly just couldn't walk on a ledge and had to figure out a new route around it. And then that screwed me over in the next level because of that. That drained my instinct too much. I could not have predicted that. And then the game had some weird freezing, crashing issue at some point that I have never seen before. It's not unusual for Absolution to crash or get stuck on a load screen or something like that, but that wasn't what I'm used to seeing. No. Also, I would say that a lot of people, myself included, often put estimate at like absolute worst case scenario. And it ends up being super, super high. And I figured this time around I'll try to put the estimate as what is it realistically gonna be. And I mean, I was a minute off, so I've estimated pretty well, I think. Would have preferred it to be a minute under, but we'll take it. Stream 2 I did not check out this day. Watched a bit of the Lord of the Rings run. I'm surprised that it actually did seem like there was not necessarily tech, but actual proper routing involved. Because I expected this to be basically a fast casual playthrough, but no, it seemed to be more interesting than I anticipated. Still, unfortunately, very heavy on cutscenes. And I will say that this is still better as a casual game than as a speedrun, but better than I expected, based on the few minutes I watched. Yeah, but I guess going overestimate is better than going underestimate a lot is better than going overestimate a lot. It's much easier to fix the schedule that way. Donald Duck? Where's Donald Duck? There's Donald Duck. Okay, that's the second best fit I've seen at the ESA.
Yo.
We'll get to the best one.
What a lunatic. What kind of neighborhood are we living in? Duck City?
The Spyro game? Probably some Game Boy Advance thing or something. Oh, that looks like Game Boy Advance. Alright. Four-player Zelda Archipelago. I think I watched this for like 5 minutes. And I think archipelagos and randomizers and such always have the issue. They're just really difficult to follow if you're not super into that specific thing. But I think this was at least some sort of step in the right direction by having it all be Zelda. It's like, know your audience. Had it been like Zelda, Metroid, Mario, it's like, that becomes impossible to follow. But here it was, at least there was a solid theme to build on. One thing I noticed about the layout, I'm gonna nitpick about anything, is that, man, it would have been nice if the runner names had been on screen or on their representative game screens rather than over here, because I have no idea who played what. And yeah, I mean, at what time? This was like... No, this was like a decent hour, wasn't it? Yeah, I was just in my room at this point. And I had it on TV. And I think I took like a half an hour nap and it was still the setup. I fell asleep before the setup, or as they were setting up, and I woke up and they were still setting up. So something went wrong there. Whoever the cameras at least attempted to switch focus to ones with stuff of interest. Yeah, that's also an important thing. Maybe something like this would require some like dedicated commentator who can somewhat keep track of the whole general picture of what's happening. And someone being idle is just to be expected in an archipelago. And that's totally fine, we have like 3 more people to watch anyway. And yeah, I think the setup wasn't just that, well, 4 game feeds plus the archipelago tracker. Like, sure, that's an unusual layout to work with and a lot of things to set up.
A $40% run, right?
Plus having to have it ready to swap scenes all the time.
Can I
Does he?
But also apparently there was some controller issue.
guys, a quick shout out to
So somebody just couldn't get their controller to work, and
Oh, that's a,
wireless controllers, you gotta love them.
Yeah.
that's my thing.
But yeah, Sunday was a good day. That was also the day that our group went for some burgers at a local brewery. Fun stuff. Drank some toxic slime looking stuff. Surprisingly good. Monday, I don't think I watched anything on Monday. No, yes I did. I watched Gordon and Dexter by Jazzy, man himself. That was a good run. And Gordon and Dexter is basically Jack and Dexter with Half-Life movement.
In the chat games,
That's
so
good shit.
They've just been very keen to turn them off, and honestly, it makes for a very just like
Shows some movement. There's the movement.
Gordon's model. Yeah, it's good in the base game.
But yeah, this was the only run I watched, partially because in the morning we did an escape room. Within our friend group, we had like 5 teams that did an escape room, and our team obviously dominated.
So a lot of the
Fastest time by far,
grabbing
at least by a few minutes.
Because it makes things so much faster.
So here we're gonna do this. This is Dead Man's Gorge.
Highlight of the day for sure.
Race, timed race. You have to beat the record time. We're gonna cheat.
But yeah,
I'm sure you're allowed to do that.
would recommend watching this. It's,
Time for me to read them.
I don't know shit about Jack and Dexter,
Man,
but this
21
goes
who says,
fast.
Hey, this game looks familiar.
Half-Life movement is good.
Good luck, Jazzy, and don't forget to click.
Simon's Quest was a shit show. Oh, I did see some of that, because I was in my room before coming down for Gordon and Dexter. And I saw the ending, and the commenter was basically saying that nothing has gone wrong. Nope, nope, nope. Thank you for the resub, Ragnar. No, it's not a Half-Life thing. It's there's a Jack and Daxter PC port, and that PC port has a mod that emulates the Half-Life movement. Yeah, it's the decompilation. Oh, Tuesday. Tuesday I was watching a shit ton of stuff. Because everything from Little Big Planet to Mirror's Edge was the Speed fan blog. And I had to be there. Also, I didn't watch Fatal Frame 2, but I talked to the runner later in the event, and apparently there were a whopping 2 horror games throughout the entire event, which is kind of crazy. It was just Fatal Frame 2 and Resident Evil Requiem, and that was it for horror. Like, I guess you can make a case for System Shock too, but no Silent Hills, just the latest Resident Evil, nothing by Frictional. It's pretty surprising to realize. Silent Hill 1 has a brand new giant skip. Yeah, I guess no one just ran it. Or maybe the submissions happened before skip was found. Who knows? Have I tried Quake Dawn of the Machine? No, I haven't. I'm not that huge on Quake. I only played Quake like a couple of years back when they did the updated port. Not port, but remaster. And my thoughts on Quake was that, yep, you do some shooting. Shooting is fine, but the environments were pretty dull. But something that they could easily fix in an expansion or such. And speaking of like Arcane Dimensions environments look so much more interesting than the default Quake maps. So another quality movement-based run.
The main reason is also to get this last tomb here, which is gonna... Yeah, I don't know.
Like I enjoy watching Quake runs more than I enjoy playing Quake.
Also explode this thing, like, I don't know, this mod is just insane with some of these explosive, destructive
Hey, actually.
map elements.
And Quasar, thank you for
Here's
bits.
another cool boost.
Yeah, so that's quad damage, so 4 times the damage that all the items
And hello.
he has does. For example, this grenade.
Thank you,
Nice.
Zalud.
Almost failed that, but that worked. So yeah, it's a big jump to this secret here that we're usually supposed to get from
And hello, Haze Ray.
some other location entirely. And then we want to go back down this elevator, so we're going to try to hit the button and jump. over it.
There was a Dark Souls 1 run
The secret
of
is
this event.
basically the rocket launcher here,
Yeah.
which we will also use to do some boosting soon.
It's basically a better grenade launcher. It explodes on
But I
it,
think that was
so you
also
can
the only
just shoot
FromSoft run.
at your own feet.
Yeah, makes explosive boosting.
But yeah, this block had some good stuff. Like Redfall, I don't find the run very interesting, but I'm really glad that they got to do a proper full game run, because I think the last time there was a Redfall run, it was some weird category like half the game, and from what I heard, that run had some issues, partially because it was 4-player run and they couldn't really practice properly, and also the game was too broken to be played to completion, so they just had to end the run at the midway point or something like that. So this one seemed like a legit, complete run of what Redfall should be like, so if you're interested in that, then that's probably the run to watch. And, System Shock 2 reminded me that maybe I need to one day give System Shock 2 a second chance. I wasn't a big fan of it when I played through it, but maybe, knowing what I'm about to play, I can enjoy it more. So maybe I'll play System Shock 2 again one day. Quake was cool. Operation Tango was pretty good.
That was good.
It's not a skip heavy run by any means, but
471. 1.
impressive memorization of solutions.
Very enjoyable. Flow direction up.
Like, I don't know where the interesting stuff is or the most impressive stuff, but things like one player just says like 17 and the other player does something completely unrelated and just knows what that means.
Yes.
And apparently there was a crap ton of different things to remember.
Chaotic level.
Jedi Outcast. I mean, I don't really follow the Dark Forces series, Jedi Knight series, whatever you call them, but they're always good runs.
Go there. And this is a really cool, actually, this is like a really cool trick.
Would definitely recommend checking out
This to actually make it work the way it does.
any
But, like, we touch the door,
Jedi Knight,
close the door,
Outcast,
like, this cycle
Academy
start,
run.
we do the objectives in our room, and then we go back, and by the time we get
Always
to
heavy
the
on skips
elevator,
and-
like, just
and speedy.
drop down, so we are like between two elevators, like that are moving in parallel, and we like enter like the exact perfect time to wait for any of them.
Yeah. And since I will just show you, if I just fall down,
Yeah.
I die.
Dark Souls Remaster one fucked up lighting model. You know, last time I played through Dark Souls, it was the Prepare to Die edition, and the one thing I noted was that the lighting in that game is not great. It's
Thank you, attentive viewer.
like
Normally when you fall off of something or you
like
jump off
everything
of
is really
something,
dark
the
and
game checks
blurry.
where- what height
So
you jumped
next
off
time
of
I play
and
Dark
height you
Souls,
landed at,
it's
and
gonna
if
be
you fell,
remastered.
You should be dead after you fell this much, or this is how much damage you should take. But when you get hit by like a projectile that knocks you around, then for some reason you are not considered to be falling, but you are considered to be like flying through space at some high speed.
And yeah,
And
Tango
all of
is a lot
sudden,
like Keep
your,
Talking.
Like fall damage calculation is done by how.
But I thought it was still good.
How high you
And though I somewhat agree with your point that knowing the solutions sorta spoils it, but they did do
and deactivate
uh,
electricity, so we can
they call it like the
finally
intended
open this
route, where
which
they
is
were
the
not
most
allowed to look
difficult
at each other's
but
screens
more importantly,
and
this
still had
game
to
is just
actually
jumping
complete the
around,
puzzles, which were
finding
randomized.
the worst enemy in the game, which is another reborn.
And Medge is definitely one of the runs that I recommend watching. It's one of the classics of two top tier teams of how many people was it? Probably like
Tragic, but surely, I mean, Silver has
was it
actually
5
shown that
people per
actually making
team?
That, right? Like that trick is way too hard.
Mr. Waller.
Silver has Mr. Roars. If Mr. Roars actually, Silver's gonna one-shot that because I love him. He's my ex-teammate.
Just doing a
Oh my
relay
God,
race.
Silver, you're the best.
Holy, it's Walrus. Yeah, there were like
Well, can we just like put a black screen on the right-hand side?
9
Because
top tier
Mr.
runners and
Roars
then
is,
this
like, worst runner in
Walrus
this
guy.
game. All he does is
Yo Goose.
okay.
But yeah, Medge is always
And
really
Team
good
One,
fun,
right
especially
now
with the
trying to,
commentary bias
intrude here into
incentive.
the
If you
Carlos'
don't know
space.
what that is,
Thanks
it's
a lot,
basically
Chris,
that
PC.
commentators who are not on screen at the moment just have a huge bias towards whichever team gets more donations, and it changes
Now we're
live
gonna
during
see
the run.
another cool trick. Chapter 2, of course, full of sick glitches. For example, on the
So
left-hand
if
side
somebody
here,
fails a
just
trick but the
giving you more
bias is
time to
on their
explain
side, then
what's
it's gonna be
falling
just
down.
commentators saying like, oh, he failed the trick on purpose, of course. They would never do that on accident, just trying to give the other awful team a chance. And the commentators know their shit. Yeah, no commentators on screen, but yeah. Lay and Sajiki know their shit with this.
Really smart, and Mr. Rowe is also trying to like look on the right side and
I haven't played Bloodborne. Looks hard to watch. It really isn't that hard to watch. It's like maybe as a race, if you haven't seen a normal run before, it might be hard to follow, given it's also multiple runners in each team. But if you have ever seen a Mirror's Edge run, then you should be fine to follow that. Is there anything here? No. Anything here? Did I watch any of this stuff? I did not. None of it sounds interesting to me either. What about the other stream? I did watch Hell Forces. Oh, Medge doesn't have a lot of out of bounds. Hell Forces does have a lot of out of bounds.
The movement of this game is
Hey, it's me.
insane. I would say there is many issues with this game.
This was a better run than I expected. I thought this would be just like a boring shooter where you just rush through things, but no, it actually had a lot of glitches and tricks. Mostly out of bounds. But it was more entertaining than I expected from a random ass early 2000s shooter, however old Hell Forces is. Anything else? No, that was all of Wednesday for me. Thursday. Oh, this is the NES blog. Meaning I did not watch any of it. And F1, which I also did not watch. I don't get it. All my friends are playing it, but I don't get it. And I watched a bit of Balatro. It was... I don't know if I would honestly call this a speedrun. It was... apparently it was first try on every level, as they played through all of the levels. but it wasn't really fast. It was more like correct playthrough with commentary and explaining everything to people who haven't played Balatria, which I can respect. That's kind of how I like to do things as well. But it was also pretty slow. Let's be real. Like, the estimate says hour and 35, but the video is 2.5 hours. Like, there was a reason why this was the last run of the day. Because it was not really speedy.
Infinite, yeah. There's some seed.
F1 was your favorite thing in the event? Alright. I'm gonna... Hello, Windows. I'm gonna assume that there's gonna be some sort of highlight reel that someone's gonna make. Actually, there was one funny moment at the beginning when I was in the room. So I checked out how it began, like how many people crash in the first turn.
Oh, people are dead.
Possible race strategies suggest us to go for wet tires or intermediates or hards, so I guess...
But in a way, this goes into the same categories that Clone Hero thing. It's like, I don't really get it.
I'm pointing my camera, of course, in the Formation Lab towards Cornelius Paxington, who has no idea how a Formation Lab works.
Raining a little wall for a second and just explain to what is happening on the track already.
Pietro giving Eris a break check here.
No, I don't think that's
as you all know, a Formula 1 race starts with a UI.
And the formation lap as well.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's
go
not
ahead,
the
Mark.
beginning.
Introduce the
Actual
track.
beginning is there.
Svensson in the race.
I think the start was pretty good.
And there is a... Eris has taken the lead here.
Oh,
Salinas is like spinning out. Big crash. Actually here between Mumin and Karu. Vanished onto himself. Lots of people involved here. Lots of front wings. And there is a big crash in the background. Even more, what are they doing? Hello, guys. Rick de Chai actually making up so many places. Why is Jisk Svensson in the race? Who put Svensson in the race in the kick Sauber? They weren't supposed to
and
be.
Rumbles Bradford in last place. What is
He's in
happening
last-
over
oh
at
my-
Ferrari? We can try to listen into the team radio.
Fucking Pepovic, I wish you would live. Fucking so simple. Unbelievable.
All the time you have to leave the space.
Genuinely, dude. They murdered my brother.
That's the good stuff.
Man, I cannot believe they're so angry.
Connect to team radio, immediately hear swearing. You're saying Elden Ring is a bit too long? Perhaps. I think my Elden Ring playthrough was surprisingly short. Okay, 55 hours. But I think I beat the game in like 40. But yeah, the start of F1 was pretty funny, but it is like real F1 to me, where if something is ever gonna happen in that, the high chance is that it happens in the first 30 seconds, and after that it's just vroom for an hour. Elden Ring absolutely ramps up average difficulty compared to Dark Souls 3. Does it? I didn't really feel that. Maybe I need to go back to... I mean, I do want to go back to the older Souls games. Especially I'm curious to play Dark Souls 2 again. But I do feel like after, at Dark Souls 3, they started to ramp up the difficulty in a way that I no longer enjoyed. And in Elden Ring it was still fine, but I do feel like some of the bosses were falling into that not fun category. Actually, a lot of the bosses were falling into that not fun category. I The DS1 runs? Perhaps not. Like, I'm sort of tempted to try doing a Soul Level 1 playthrough, which I've never done. Or try out the randomizer or something. But maybe not runs. Something fun, maybe. No HUD? Please, Mickey. I'll leave that to you. I enjoy my HUD. Oh, and Sekiro is an exception, I think, because it doesn't have leveling up and gear and stuff like that. So while that was more difficult to me than Elden Ring or, well, probably any of the other From games, it was still more enjoyable. Oh, that's a very big kinda. Eruptorial. In Sekiro, you never got the sense that, oh, I'm taking too much damage, I think I'm gonna go farm some levels so I can level up my vitality. Anyway. Friday! Stream 2 had... Oh, Stream 2 had some bangers. Stream 2 was where the shit was at. But speaking of Dark Souls, we did have a remastered all achievements run, which is a category I do like. It's a not the category because it's using a mod to get more drops to make it actually marathon viable. But I do like all achievements runs. It's very different from what you typically see. Yes, ESA's European Speedrunner Assembly. Oh fuck, it's not on this scene. It's that thing. Where I was playing Absolution. It is that event. I'm there. You can see me at the event. There is video evidence. Me right there. Was good. Good event. But yeah, I also did not watch all of this run. I had to leave at some point because there was another run that I wanted to watch in the other stream. And this is something I highly urge everybody watches because it was gold. Just check this out.
And make it double! We are here to display a game of great nobblery. Nobblery? Whatever, let's just restart the zone. So, time will start when we skip away from this loading screen.
Let us introduce ourselves. This is Gobros.
And this is Kroblin, the greenest goblin in all of Thorben.
Such a good run.
So this
I am still surprised that Walrus was able to keep up this voice for the whole run.
And
truly a game made for us.
yes. We're gonna be stealing plenty of gold and doing all kinds of other.
But the best voice was still Ares doing commentary.
Homie, so you did. No, I was too focused on the game. These monitors are so dark, I can't see anything. You should have worked.
Is it the paint in your eyes, maybe, homie?
Let's see if I can find Ares doing some commentary as they were also trying to do some sort of goblin voice and it wasn't working.
Game dev design. Copy paste previous level. Do it in reverse. Is new level.
Bada bing, bada boom.
Money saved. Intern fired.
So this is where I'll be doing the setup. This one is kind of difficult, so I'll do my CSGO gamer setup. Stare deep into the monitor.
You got any more neck to extend there, huh?
Shut up, man. There we go. I believe this will make it. Or maybe I am washed. We'll see.
Or is this the moment?
Goblin.
That looks kind of bad. Ugh. There's still a chance it makes it. Oh, it made it. Oh, what the? That looked really bad, but made it. I guess. Maybe I'm just going.
Oh, the lights. Back to the sun. Oh.
Wait, why did I have so little HP? What the hell, man?
Yeah, restart. I'm so far away.
Why did I die there?
Sometimes you.
I'm not supposed to die
No,
there.
I don't know why. Did you break your ankles?
Sometimes you just die there for I don't know what reason. There's probably like a magic pixel that just kills you. Maybe. Do I have a health potion?
This was so horribly wrong at this point, but it was so funny still.
I'm a little worried now.
No, you're the normal HP we're at here.
Yeah,
You're half after I spawn.
No, it's not the skill tree, it's the level progression.
Good.
Where did I use the extra health potion though? I don't know. Whatever.
So you can just walk over some triggers and end the level by walking in there.
Go ahead with the donations while I reattempt this.
Yes, we. Oh god. Yeah. We have $1 from Yellow saying, Green. Green. What is your problem?
What is your problem?
And then we have $50 from Opikuri. With no message.
Is it working?
I don't know yet. We'll see. The clip looks much better, but maybe this time it won't make it.
It was also very fun watching this in practice room.
Yeah, made it. And
okay, now the big jump.
Can everybody please pray to whatever god you believe in that I will survive this drop? Oh, what is going on? Why am I dying there? Why is this happening?
Weak ankle.
Oh no.
Do you have a potion?
I don't. Is there a potion somewhere I can pick up?
I don't know.
What did I do? Did I skip like an upgrade that I'm supposed to have?
I know nothing about Big Walk other than
fall
that
damage upgrade?
some people
There
are
is?
planning on
Oh,
playing
so
it
you have
sometime
this?
soon. And
Oh,
I may
no.
join.
Is there like a skill upgrade page we can get to? Oh, that's bad. That's really bad, dude. Oh my god.
But yeah, watch sticks. Shit was hilarious.
Skill upgrade.
How much money for Croblin ear reveal?
That cost extra on my only goblins.
The only goblins.
Maybe another $10 for the only goblins.
So he.
Anyway, another thing everybody should watch is Sewer Rave. The Sewer Rave is magic.
Okay, we need some help here.
And if you've seen the last tournament, you might remember this
Again.
I'm gonna let Lurvin explain Sewer Rave.
Welcome back to ESA Summer 2026 and the last ever, again, Sewer Rave tournament. We are Lurvin and
Mr. Lay.
We are going to be your commentators today. We are doing an 8-player tournament. It will be going by very fast. We will not have a lot of time to explain. The most important thing we need to explain, though, is...
Yes, our donation incentive, of course. We have our wheel correspondent, Vahist, back here. And if you've seen the last tournament, you might remember this nice little wheel from last time. We are going to be spinning this wheel every time a donation of $15 or more comes in.
Like,
and
this was such a shit show in the best way.
What challenge our current runners will have to endure.
This game is Sewer Rave. It is a walking simulator with a lot of very cute stuff that we are going to completely ignore to pick up resources and get to the end as quickly as possible. The general run-through is that you need to gather 20 total resources, then go to a snake to turn all of those resources into fruit, go to a possum to turn that fruit into a key, and then find the end. Every time you go through a door, it takes you to a random location, and our runners are not ready.
They are not. Speaking of the runners, I would like to invite the first 2 runners up here right now, which is first seed of the qualifiers, Izzy. Can we give it up for Izzy real quick?
And our second runner for the day is...
The second runner for the day, lowest seed in the tournament, Eris!
Eris. Come on there. Oh my god. Every time, man. Oh. And with this, we are ready to go.
Yes, we see some sportsmanship here. Already shaking hands. Players, take your positions.
It's just great how Sewer Rave has become this go-to game
yes?
of any ESA.
Give us a nod if you can.
Yes. Okay,
yes.
3, 2, 1.
It is just a gambling simulator.
And we are off. At the start of the run here, we have a lot of interesting decisions. Already
a difference here, yeah. So Ares, of course, a long-time player, already going for world record strats here, completely unnecessary, but doesn't pick up the fruit at the start.
And I would recommend playing Sewer Rave. It's an interesting game, and it's free.
So as you can see, there are many ways you can fail in these levels. The jumping in this game is very unforgiving. Ares went into a jump room, did not get over it, did not finish the parkour, and therefore got just punished.
Yeah, but you know what Ares actually did? Donated $15 and says salutations from the worst champion of the worst. Spin the wheel.
There we go. The wheel is being spun. Let's check it out. Our wheel correspondent,
also,
what did it land on?
It landed on the giraffe, which is eat a fruit or hot pepper.
Okay, our runners will now have to complete either a fruit or a hot pepper as quickly as possible in order to continue the run. Ares opting in for the very
the typical speedrun stuff here.
Watermelon as the first option. Izzy going for a kiwi, skin on, pretty quick but unconventional as far as fruit eating goes. The watermelon is real wet. It does not
That's
seem
good, right here.
Okay, just shook off the juices. Izzy is back in the race. Meanwhile,
by the way, I did kind of
still.
partake in this tournament. I joined the qualifiers and I got the worst time. But I was the only one who also bought the gun that you can buy in the game.
Falling off of this.
Yeah.
One more bite.
Because everyone else is a coward.
Okay, one more bite. Just one more.
Yeah.
Okay, it's the last one and you're good.
No idea how many people tried the qualifiers, but
Good enough.
I was the last one. I'll take pride in that.
Please don't destroy the equipment.
Okay. Can I have a napkin too?
But there was... Hang on.
Juices hit me here.
We gotta embarrass someone here by taking a look at this. Look at the finals.
Both players stop immediately. Catalyst, stop immediately.
Hang on.
Youngsters really coming in here.
$15 by unintended chaos, saying I can't believe I'm donating to this, and even less so that I'm rooting for someone. But I need a puzzle for Izzy. Spin the wheel.
Yes, complete the children's puzzle. I'm not making this up.
Both players stop immediately. Catalyst, stop immediately.
Okay. Wait. Okay, break it up. Get ready.
Turn it around, break it up.
Wait.
So where else do you get mid-run puzzle completions?
She's turning over the pieces though. This is kind of cheating. Ready, set, go!
But this exact moment was probably the funniest thing to happen during the entire tournament.
Getting yourself a slight lead here.
The camera work is so beautiful.
Sorry, miss.
Already better than Ares.
Just compare how the two people are doing.
Izzy did this already, didn't she? In round one? Yes, she is now the only person to do this twice. Kata working on the door here.
Kata, the only thing he hasn't practiced for this tournament.
Still 2 pieces?
Well, Mr. Lay, if they find me dead tomorrow, you know who it was.
If he finishes by tomorrow.
Our runners working through this puzzle
Still
at
2 pieces.
varying speeds. Okay, in general, try to get all the edge pieces and then put them on the board map.
Have you guys never done a puzzle? Corner pieces.
Almost done.
Pieces, corner pieces, all of them.
3 pieces.
Okay.
This was a great idea.
Yeah. I would like to shout out Mala again for making these beautiful puzzles.
Almost done.
2 pieces away.
Taking her sweet time now, seeing her advantage.
Away, and Izzy moving
Up to 4 pieces.
Okay, we need some help here. Can somebody please come help Catalyst?
Oh, meanwhile, $15 by Autumn Rain 2.
Kata will never be allowed to forget this.
Too many cooks in the kitchen here.
Guys, guys, please. Ares was faster at this.
That was a good good tournament. I don't know what happened. I believe his excuse was that puzzles are for children and he's an adult, so of course he couldn't do it. But that was the closer for stream too. It's like a fantastic way to end. Also, I'm noticing, going back to stream one, that there was Ocarina of Time, and there was... Like, Ocarina of Time was like 3 times in the schedule, because there was the, where was it? 4-player Archipelago, which we discussed, but after that there was also Ocarina of Time co-op, which I would also say is a good category to include, because Ocarina of Time has been done 7,000 times in as many different ways. But this is actually a pretty interesting and a logical thing to do that doesn't require you to be super into Ocarina of Time speedrunning to follow. And it's still interesting. Didn't watch it more than like some of the ending. But I like this category. And I was reminded of that when I saw Ocarina of Time Exploration Blackout Bingo here, which I think is the opposite of that. Because this is like... As someone who isn't super immersed into the bingo scene of Ocarina of Time, this is like nothing to me.
To use his eye drops.
Like no matter how you cook it, I don't think I could enjoy this.
Because he removes choose, and I don't know how confident I am without bombs or choose here.
Yeah, I think that might actually spell disaster.
Does this even complete the game? That is a good question. I think that should be the starting point of any sort of run.
Have all of Kakariko then. 2 minutes.
But no, it doesn't appear to even complete the game, it's just complete these random objectives. Not into that. I think of the 3 Ocarina of Times that we had at this event, that is the one I would cut. And then, is this the last day? That is the last day. Prince of Persia Arabian Nights, not Arabian Nights. And Tomb Raider were both sadly as o'clock in the morning, so I missed them.
Just didn't work.
Would have liked to watch them live.
Yeah. So this is the water we
because of the runners.
Or should
but I am too old to be awake at 5
I
AM.
have to remember which one I played in the...
I can't do it anymore.
And I'm swimming.
Yeah, proper troopers in the crowd.
Ammunition.
Yeah, familiar
But
faces.
magnums and all other weapons they have. Oh. And then we get...
I think that was really it. Oh yeah, Doom on a flip phone was there. I did watch that.
And sideways, and so they get added together, and because the square
Which is an interesting concept.
you go like 40%.
I was a little sad that it's so similar to just doing Doom with bad controls.
Because the original control scheme was a bit strange. You could also
There was some interesting things
like that. And then you can also
that were
to a strafe modifier
thanks to the
turn
controls
it
being so crap.
So then if you
Like
go
I think
sideways
Jazzy
and
mentioned
hold-
earlier how
and hold the strafe
you
modifier
avoid
and
picking
then
up the
turn,
chain
which
gun
makes you go strafe again. You're
because
like
switching
double
weapons is so slow and the chain gun
then
gets in the
that
way.
makes you go even faster, and then you go 50%.
But there really
faster
wasn't
instead of 5%.
wasn't that much
And that is called
like
SR50.
unique stuff to it.
But that requires holding 4 buttons down.
And I did play through E1 M1 on that phone.
Set up a control scheme that does it, but it's rather difficult, and also you can't turn.
It was playable. It wasn't like
Even in, like if you're using mouse and keyboard,
shockingly bad or anything like that.
cannot turn at all. So you have to line up
with quite a precise way usually.
Yeah, exactly.
Tricks, and then you just move
Some sort of
straight line
fucked up
diagonally.
Java port from
There's a 12% chance,
2002 would have been fantastic. But
Yeah, so
this was
damage
just
in this game
Doom.
is extremely random. The amount of damage
Yeah, I
you
mean,
take
this
when
is
you
not
get shot, the amount of
an
damage you
old
deal when you
phone.
shot,
It's
very,
some
very
modern,
random. And a good example is that the rocket
some modern
launcher
Android
has an
phone that
80%
happens to be a flip phone.
90% chance-ish of one-shotting a Pinky, which is the big demons. But not always.
Hence why they're able to capture it so easily,
As well.
because it just has
Point-blank
some sort of
shot has like a
HDMI output.
90% chance to one-hit him, and when it doesn't, my bad, it feels.
Or maybe not HDMI, but some sort of video output.
Yeah, I know. Like if you're familiar with
Hitman Engage speedrun.
moves, it's like that.
There was no Hitman on Engage, sadly.
90%, it never feels like 90%, because 90% feels like, oh yeah, it's guaranteed.
Yeah.
You know, like, you know, $6 feels like $5, right?
But Splinter Cell was on Engage.
We have 3 episodes to complete.
Chaos Theory specifically has a really, really bad port. I was hoping this would be like that, where it's like borderline unplayable because it runs at 8 frames per second at a stupid aspect ratio.
Specific walls that are orientated specific ways.
But no, not quite.
This game, it's very strange.
I don't know if that would still be good. Even if you use a camera to capture an N-Gauge, you still run into the issue of you also have to see it properly and looking through a camera lens. Or however you handle it. Not ideal. Super Metroid was just okay. That sounds like Super Metroid. It's just okay. Just okay. But yeah, that was the schedule. Runs I recommend checking out. Obviously, Hitman Absolution, fantastic run. Just a minute overestimate. Sewer Rave. Stick Shard of Darkness. Dark Souls, I enjoyed the half that I saw. Mirror's Edge. Oh yeah, hang on, there was supposed to be another Jedi... Yeah, Jedi Academy was there. That was also a good one. I did watch that. But yeah, of the ones I watched live, Styx was my favorite, I think. Oh, and Gordon and Daxter was also good. The concept of that game is so funny. And yeah, ESA tends to end with some sort of Super Mario relay. This time it was 61 players doing Galaxy 1. I saw tiny bits of this as I was playing some card games in the other room. And by card games I mean weird Swedish version of a game where you guess the release years of metal songs. And half the bands that show up are random as Swedish punk bands that you have never heard of, and it's impossible to even guess if the songs came out in the 80s or last year. But it was very funny. Found some great music through that. Such as the punk band that name is in Swedish but translates to ass sweat, who had a song called Fatal Farts. Good shit. Have that right there next to like Holy Diver by Dio. Guess which one came out first, and you will not be able to guess. Oh yeah, it was a whole album with like 40 songs. What's up, Shu? Yeah, fortunately you only have to guess the year, but actually, let me double check this. Okay, Fatal Farts came out in 1993, so 10 years after Holy Diver. Fan is audible with no music. Oh yeah, I was supposed to turn that off. Thank you for letting me know. No longer needed. Yeah, if you're into 3D Marios, then this is probably a good run to watch. Because most of these 61 people are not people who play Mario. They just learned 1 star on the spot at the event. Like I was part of one of these relays, like many years ago. Back when the game was SM64. Can't remember what star I did. I know it didn't go too well. Because for practice they had a Hori controller, and then at the final relay that was streamed they had an N64 controller. I was like, well, this is not what I practiced. I guess I'll fuck it up. And then I proceeded to fuck it up. But not too badly. But yeah, that was ESA. I don't know if I'm gonna go to Winter. I've never been to Winter, but maybe I'll consider it anyway. I don't know what I would do though. I kind of want to do a run at ESAs these days. But what could my next run be? Who knows? Maybe I'll finally get a route done of World of Assassination. Or if not winter, then summer. Soon for Arabian Nights again. I think I'll leave Arabian Nights to people more skilled at speedrunning, unless somebody finds a skip for the bucket level. I was teaching Arabian Nights to someone at the event, and I said that I'll return to Arabian Nights if you find a skip for this. Pick up a new game to run. I mean, I guess I could start discussing like what I plan to do, because I don't really care to do typical speedruns that much these days, as you may have noticed. I just did Absolution, and before that, when was the last time I did like a speedrun? It's been a while. Because I figured that I would try to do something a bit different. For instance, the the first person only challenge for Blood Money. It's been floated for such a long time. And I've never done it, or never even really looked into it that much. Because in my mind, I've always thought of that sort of thing as it's a speedrun. speedrun except first person only. And first person only Blood Money is actually super fucking difficult. At least that's how it seems, having not looked into it too deeply. But I figured that maybe instead of looking at it as a speedrun, I would look at it just as a challenge. Like, I'm not gonna try to speedrun it, I'm just gonna see if I can complete the game first person only. And I think I would like to do more stuff like that. Maybe what that actually includes, who knows? But less speedy, more just an interesting playthrough. And another similar thing that I've been eyeballing is retro achievements, because Blood Money has retro achievements, which is the unofficial achievement system for emulators. So PS2 version of Blood Money has like 150 plus achievements that somebody made that you can complete on an emulator. And I think that could be fun. Not as a speedrun, but as like a half-planned challenge type achievement hunting run. Like, I wouldn't want to try to perfectly route the entire game with the achievements in mind, but maybe just have some sort of outline of how I want to approach this and then see what happens. And I think that's the sort of thing I might want to do more in the future. Edited live playthroughs, perhaps. Perhaps. Or some form of various challenge runs. Like, I recently played through Cruelty Squad, which is such a fucked up game, but I kind of want to play it more. I would like to do some sort of challenge run of Cruelty Squad. I looked up the speedruns, and they're like 3 minutes long and not that interesting, but surely there's some interesting challenge to be done in Cruelty Squad. Or maybe just all achievements. Like, maybe I'll pivot to just achievement hunting. No implants, cursed stock weapons. Sounds very fun. Those sorts of runs are what I would like to do. So I don't have to worry about, oh, I'll route this and then I have to grind out a speedrun once I'm done routing. But no, rather just, I would like to do the interesting part of figuring out how do I complete this thing, and then it's done. And not worry about the boring part of making it clean and doing it all in one go. All achievements for Fallout 3. Yeah. Sounds like good. Oh yeah, Pacifist Dark Brotherhood is... I have a whole list of random ideas that I've been tracking. I can give you some of these. Things I wanna look into. Well, Blood Money first person only. That sounds like a fun challenge run. Then I still want to do maybe something with like Blood Money collecting all weapons, using all weapons, including melee. I don't know how that plays out, but it's a thing that's been circulating in my tiny head. Then the retro achievements and just basic stuff like back when I was asking people for suggestions on what sort of Blood Money challenge run should I do. Construction outside. Very loud. But yeah, when I was asking for ideas for challenge runs in Blood Money, a lot of people were just throwing out ideas like, run with this weapon. And I always dismiss that because it's just, oh, that's a basic run with that weapon. But if I do that as kind of a challenge instead of a speedrun, then it doesn't really matter if it's just the basic route with that weapon, because I can try to do something more interesting. And even if it isn't that interesting, it's not a huge commitment to just do a playthrough with some weapon. And it could be fun. So maybe like mines only or shotgun only or whatever. But that's like low on the list, I think. Accidents only blood money. That's actually pretty standard. Like, a lot of people have done that. Accidents only is one of the original main challenges that people went for. What kind of controller is he playing with? I think this is the Switch version. Cheap to get Pacific Start Brotherhood? I don't know, I haven't tried it. Also part of the fun. Haven't tried it, so we don't know how viable everything is. So it would be a learning experience. Which I think makes the challenge approach more fun than a speedrun approach. What other ideas I had here? I want to do something stealthy with Codename 47 at some point. Codename 47 doesn't have any sort of rating system, so you have to just come up with whatever. But we'll see when I get back to Codename. Then things like contracts without sliding. And I guess same applies to Hitman 2. Or just glitchless in general. And for World of Assassination there was, I mean, of course, a hell of a lot more 100% type stuff. Be it all escalations, elusive targets, just wrapping up the different locations. And I want to continue the insta-spotting challenge that I played through Paris with the mod that makes everybody spot you instantly if they have any line of sight, regardless of whether you're trespassing or not. I wanna go back to that because that was a fun challenge. That's exactly the sort of challenge I think I want to do more of. So returning to that is very likely. At least gotta check out if I can beat any of the other missions. Of course, the basic new game run. And Chaos Mod. I know Chaos Mod for World of Assassination got some updates. And the first time I tried Chaos Mod was a lot of fun, so maybe some more Chaos Mod in some capacity. I don't know how. The issue with Chaos Mod is that it's hard to have any sort of goal other than just dig around. But if I can figure out exactly how to present Chaos Mod, or how to do things in Chaos Mod, I kind of want to do more of that. Voice commands only playthrough rather than speedrun. I have done voice commands only Paris. It's I think that was enough voice commands only. It's also very frustrating since you can't commentate that properly. And in the end, it's just a case of, well, figure out a simple route and execute it. And yeah, the mod, the insta-spotting mod makes it so that you can't be in line of sight at all. So if you spawn at the front entrance in Paris, you just get spotted instantly. Which is why it might not be viable to do it in a lot of the missions, because you need a starting location that is not within anyone's line of sight. But Paris was possible, so we'll see what else is possible. I did confirm that in Miami, the only starting location that you can use is actually as the mascot within the crowd, because there are no real NPCs who can see you. It's all fake NPCs. And that's the only starting location where nobody can see you instantly. So that seems fucked up and fun. What else do I have listed here? Oh yeah, I may even do it today, like soon, next, maybe. Like I just the basic as Absolution mission tier list. Because I did the World of Assassination mission tier list a long time ago, and it was way too much fucking work. And I now have Absolution fresh in my mind. So maybe I'll just do that live. Slap it together. Have a discussion of Absolution missions and conclude that Run for Your Life is the best one. Especially since Absolution missions I couldn't even throw in with the previous entries in the series, as they're way too different. Road solution doesn't have to be consistent, just has to work once. Yeah, the thing with the Paris run that I did is that it did use a lot of saving and loading. So maybe I would want to revisit that a tiny bit, just to do it in one go. Or at least like somewhat one go, less grindy and reset heavy. Because I think the route I ended up with actually does work. We'll see. I haven't checked out that in a long time. Don't really remember how it turned out. And yeah, I think I've also seen some of those videos, and my conclusion was the same thing. It's like, I don't really believe them. But hey, I got the mod that keeps me honest. My speedrun be any % or full mastery? What speedrun? In World of Assassination, it would be from a fresh save file, Silent Assassin. Mod public? Probably? I don't know. It might be somewhere in... what's the mod side? Nexus. I didn't make the mod, I was just talking about the mod on stream and then somebody came in and made the mod on the spot. And I don't remember what it's called, sorry. I'd have to actually find it before I can come back to that mod. Oh, this is this right here. Which way do I move my finger? There. This level went wrong at the ESA run. And I have never seen this happen before. So fucked up. I feel like I got robbed. I'm doing everything right. Sneak past these guys. All good. Climb the ledge. And then I'm just stuck. Like, what the fuck? What the shit is this? And then I have no instinct left, so it's like, what the fuck do I do at this point? Like, yeah, sure, I can just restart the checkpoint and go back to this variant of the strat where I just take the stairs, but the problem with that is that it drains all my instinct, and I thought that going through this door would give me enough instinct to just do the next checkpoint safely, like, even if I use all my instinct. I was wrong! I did not have enough instinct to get past this door. And that was probably the biggest time loss fuck-up in this run. Yeah, definitely the biggest hurdle in the run. So I had to just improvise and do a loud gunshot behind the corner. And I am very, very lucky that it worked out. Because that is not something I have ever attempted before, so the fact that it worked out as well as it did was very good. And I was almost spotted inside the convenience store as well, because the loud gunshot obviously caused some unexpected mayhem in there. And then there were some... Did I mess up this? No, I didn't get that one right. But yeah, there were some hiccups here and there, but I don't think there was anything too major that went wrong. Like, a couple of times I just flat out misplayed. Like, I think... yeah, in Blackwater, straight up misplay. I was trying to get the timing correct for this explosion, but as I was trying to get the timing correct, I ended up mashing the detonation button, which is a stupid thing to do, because first click detonates, second click pulls out your guns. So don't mash that button. It's not a good idea. I don't remember where the surprise crash happened. I think it was somewhere like Fight Night? Or Attack of the Saints? I mean, Saints... Yeah, it was... Attack of the Saints went well, but the level just wouldn't end. But yeah, it is funny how Attack of the Saints is the mission that I expected to go wrong. It went perfectly on my part, but then... What the fuck? It first took the level a while to end, and then it gets stuck here. Like, I've never seen the game get stuck in a menu. That's a first. And I don't know if it had something to do with the frame rate, because I'm playing uncapped on my PC. And I don't think the frame rate was that different. Of course, you gotta clap for the never happened before moment. Oh yeah, this is... Did I fuck this up? Yeah, I did fuck this up because I made some sort of mistake early on here. Yeah, right there. I fucked up grabbing this body. Just pressed the wrong button, I guess. According to subtitles, I said I pressed the wrong button. Which messes up the timing in this area, so I tried to adapt by doing an older strat, but I haven't done that older strat in forever, so it just went wrong. It's an unfortunate checkpoint to mess up because you have to do this wait again. I mean, the sniping at the end, that was like nothing. That was just a case of, okay, snipe 1, snipe 2, brain fart, forgot to switch sides, something looks wrong, I know something looks wrong. Oh yeah, this side, oh whoops, missed. But that was fine because missing that shot really doesn't cost me more than a few seconds, just walk a bit further, find a new line of sight, that's it. At least he was still walking in the right direction, because sometimes when he doesn't show up, when I look in that right place, like that, sometimes he's just not there, and the explosion baits him in some random-ass direction somewhere else. And it's a case of, well, I guess I'll just have to hope that I run into him before he runs into me. Oh yeah, there was definitely a mistake in the jail. That was, I think, the dumbest mistake I made. Like, that was just silly. Because it's just right at the end. Walk down this, take the ladder down, and then you just have to take like 3 steps before you start running, and you get away with that. But no, I started running immediately, got spotted. It's not a long checkpoint, but it sucks that it happened at the very end of the checkpoints. So, also I want to shout out the shotgun accuracy. Like, what is this? I specifically went for the shotgun because the hitboxes on those birds are surprisingly small, and I can't hit them with the silver ballers consistently. And that's what I got. Like, nice fucking shotgun. Also, I like the Ghibellini Ice Cream won the bid war by quite a lot. Before the run, I did test that you can actually do both of these Easter eggs at once. I wasn't sure if they would work, but I did test it, and in case of a tie, I would have been ready. I did run out of shotgun ammo. I had to shoot the last one with the pistols. Anyway, do you have any other plans? Oh yeah, outside of Hitman, things I would like to do. Like, if we're thinking still, some sort of challenge runs. And let's take a look at Dexter while we're here. There was a launch. It wasn't a double, but it was a launch. Like, maybe do some sort of challenge, I don't know what, with Death to Spies or The Slater or Prisoner of War, or do something with those, given those are the 3 games that are like Hitman. No one knows of them, but they are like Hitman and I like all of them. So I would like to do something with them. Then I also already mentioned that some sort of Cruelty Squad challenge, maybe just achievement hunting, could maybe be fun. Same thing with Teardown, because as I've said multiple times, I think Teardown scratches the same itch as Hitman, just very differently. So that could be a fun thing to do, some sort of challenge, achievement hunt thing in. For some reason I've written down, there's the launch. No double. First Light stealth segments. But I don't know if I want to actually do anything with First Light, because that game sucks. What do Teardown speedruns look like? I don't know. But it again goes back to, like, do I want to start grinding out speedruns? Probably not. Could maybe do something more fun. Less grindy. Also, I think Teardown is a pretty long game. And a basic speedrun would get very repetitive. Anything else? Something Payday? 2 or 3, I guess? I just wrote down something Payday. With Payday 2, it definitely wouldn't be achievement hunting, because, my god, that game has actually like 1,500 achievements or whatever. That's a little much, and a lot of that is being loud, which I'm not into. How many does it have? 1,300 achievements in Payday 2. Yeah. And I don't think I really want to be grinding out loud missions with death sentence 1 down. A spreadsheet of 007 showing checkpoints and what kind of gameplay is each one. Oh yeah, I'm interested. Feel free to post on Discord or something. Even if I may not ever want to play 007 in that degree, it's an interesting resource. Wonder if RTS games are cool for routing. Yeah, I used to do Tiberian Sun. And, well, Tiberian Sun has some pretty major glitches that make it more interesting, I think, than a lot of other games. But my impression is that RTS games can make for good speedruns. You just have to be actually into RTS to, you know, make the most of them. For me, Tiberian Sun was a case of, I remember seeing my cousin play this when I was a kid. I'm gonna try playing Tiberian Sun, and then it turned into, I've never ran an RTS, let me route this. It was just a gimmick, really. How does that turn out? You can build anywhere, like, normally when you select that I'm gonna build my building here, and you hold down the mouse button, but if you do it right next to the sidebar where the units and maps are listed, you can start holding the button, then move the mouse so it overlaps with the sidebar, then use the keyboard to move the camera somewhere else on the map, and once you're at the right place, just release the mouse and you build the building where the mouse is currently, rather than where you originally attempted to place. So, very broken. You can just build a barracks inside the enemy base, get one engineer out, and conquer the enemy base. Kind of fun. RTS, real-time strategy. Double 07 seems painful to speedrun without the amount of time comes in cinematics and makes you walk slow. Yep. Yep. Exactly. That's why what I had written down in my possible ideas list was first, like, stealth segments. So cut out all the bullshit. Also, Notex, did you post the Insta-spotting mod on Nexus? That's the site. I can't remember. We talked about that before. Because I do want to go back to that. It was you who made it, right? Never posted it. Okay. So it's just somewhere, at least on my hard drive. Because yeah, I do want to go back to that. It's a fun challenge. Red Alert 2 expansion was fun. Was it at ESA? Was it the expansion? What did they do? Yeah, okay, it was Yuri's Revenge. Yeah, I did not watch this, I've never played Red Alert 2. My RTS experience is basically just Tiberian Sun. Or is it? What else do I have here? Are any of these actual RTS? I guess I tried Impossible Creatures, wasn't into it. I wouldn't count Dungeon Keeper. Yeah. Not really my genre. I do have some in the backlog. Like Homeworld and... well, Homeworld. But what else was in my possible things to stream list? I just had a list of games where it might be fun to just do achievement hunting. Just go for all achievements in maybe MGS Ground Zeroes, some Sniper Elite games, Splinter Cell Blacklist, some Styx games. I can see that being fun. But maybe if I am to do some sort of achievement hunt stuff, I would start with the Blood Money retro achievements because, well, it's Blood Money. And I know there are some 360 official achievements for Blood Money, but I think they're pretty boring. Hello Neighbor all achievements. I am not touching that. Talk to me after I complete all of these other ones. I mean, as an idea, I don't mind some stuff being horrible to do for an achievement, and I think that kind of adds to the experience, where it's not just a steady pace of equal challenges. I'd kind of like there to be some absolutely fucked up challenges. That really stand out from the typical finish mission 5. Finish mission 5 in all stealth. Also, thank you, Blunts. I see you posted the spreadsheet. Dead Rising achievements. Have you done that, Mickey? most of them, but not all. Do not look up achievements for the unmentionable. Okay. Hang on. What is this percentage counter? Oh, I see. Cutscene forced... Okay. Flashbang. 007 First Light. What is it exactly? Gameplay content, that's where it says. So against all... Or, no, this is totals. Hang on, I'm learning to read this. 20% of 007 is forced cutscene. Is this skippable? I can't click on anything, but I assume that's skippable. And not some skippable, but... ... Dialogue tree. Walk and talk. Oh, jeez. So, oh, jeez, this is just the nothing checkpoints over here. All achievements in logistical. I've never heard of that. But I think if I was to do all achievements stuff in anything, like I said, the top of the list would be Blood Money, Styx, Splinter Cell. What else was there? Teardown, Cruelty Squad. Also, Blunts, is this all checkpoints that the game lists? Or all checkpoints that exist in the game? Because I know it has checkpoints that are not actually in the menu, but do exist, technically. I'm guessing this is the ones that exist in the game, judging by the names. Accessible from menu, okay. Basic interaction. Climbing and traversing. Driving, melee fight, sandbox, set piece, shootout, stealth. 6% of the game is stealth. Aww. That's cute. Two-second jog until next one. Yeah, that's what I recall there being. Wait, can this be... That is not a lot. I mean, I guess these first levels are not, like, anything. They are really just cutscenes. So it's like, there are more stealth checkpoints than this, right? But I'm just gonna trust that you have calculated these. Against all odds had what? Was Central Camp the one that was a proper checkpoint? I'm gonna have to make a copy of this document because I can't highlight anything. Making it difficult to see which is the stealth checkpoint. Oh, there was another one too. I can't see what it was. Mystery caller, whatever. Oh, right, that's the tutorial for super basic stealth, right? And then Central Camp is the actual main meat of the mission, I'd call it. Achievements in logistical. What is logistical? I'm gonna guess it's not a game I actually want to play. It's a strategy puzzle game and I'm looking at the video and I don't think I want to play this. We'll talk about logistical all achievements after Hello Neighbor all achievements. Yeah, I think that was just a thief achievements. Oh, I don't have the thief anymore in my library. I can't even check. I think I refunded it. It's pretty good considering I got that as a gift. It has no achievements. No, it has 5 achievements. Fuck. Let's not talk about it. Payday 2 before Hello Neighbor or after Logistical? Before Hello Neighbor. Payday 2 is actually on my shortlist, so it's gotta be before. Night Dive Thievery Remaster will probably get achievements. And more interestingly, the Hitman trilogy could have achievements. I can see myself doing that. Thief as well, to be fair. But Hitman, obviously, more up my alley. War of Assassins and Reason Blue get all achievements on. Those achievements are actually very boring. By doing the Mastery 20 runs, I've already completed most of the achievements in that game. There's just nothing interesting there. Let's take a look. Like, what do we have? Complete mission story, complete mission. Assassinated with ballistic accident and explosion. Complete with unspotted. Like, this is just blah. 10 different playstyles, so basically suck a little bit. Complete missions. Reach Mastery 5. Reach Mastery 20. Then some nondescript ones. Complete all mission stories. Yeah, it's basically just mission stories, get to Mastery 20. And that's at least SASO. At the very bottom. At the very bottom we of course have the sniper challenges. Beat highest leaderboard score in a contract. Well, you make a contract and you beat it. Congrats. Tough challenge. Complete contract creation tutorial. One of the rarest achievements in the game. Yeah, these are... This is not a fun game to think of as an achievement hunting challenge. Which is why I'm still sticking with, at least to some degree, with the 100% thing that I've been doing with Mastery. And will continue in some capacity. I don't yet know how, but... I don't feel like I'm done with the mastering World of Assassination. But I'll probably do something else first. Difference in 5 total apart from Son of Assassin. I'm pretty sure you've seen more, you just don't pay attention to them. I think all you gotta do is get some type of kill and then fuck up Sound Assassin so you don't get that rating. And then get a different sort of kill and fuck up Sound Assassin. Yeah, that's what I'm planning. Like the next thing I want to do in World of Assassination is definitely go back to the Insta Spotting mod. But even that's not next on the list. I think the next thing I want to do is either Blood Money retro achievements or Blood Money first person only. Not sure which one. I'm leaning towards retro achievements because I'm washed, and first person only is actually gonna be difficult. Retro achievements also gonna be difficult because I'll have to play on a controller. But at least it won't require doing like SA, SO, no climbing, Amendment 25. Man, the first person only stuff is gonna be so difficult towards the end of the game. Because I think when people were suggesting that I do first person only playthrough, they just assumed that it's gonna be put the game in first person, haha. But if you do it properly, and you play the game always in first person, avoiding anything that pushes you out of first person, it just removes so many options. Like, it's absolutely ridiculous what you cannot do if you want to remain in first person. Because there are so many things that force you into third person when you try to do them, such as taking a disguise, lockpicking, climbing a ladder, throwing items. What else? I mean, those are the big ones, I think. The fact that you can't get a disguise at any point, climb anything at any point. Yeah, human shield I don't think you can do. Syringes might be out of the question. I'm not sure about syringes. They might still work. Actually, human shield might also work. I'm not sure what all works and what doesn't, but I know it's kind of ridiculous if you are not allowed to use disguises or climb. Like, that's the big thing. Or throw. Like, throwing, disguises, climbing. When all of that is out, you are left with so little options to work with when you have levels like Amendment. Hey Arno. What about Deus Ex Revision, all achievements? What is Deus Ex Revision? Is that the mod? Where's the search bar here? It is the mod. I am not too familiar with different Deus Ex stuff. It does have achievements. And I do like Deus Ex, and I wouldn't mind replaying Deus Ex. Does this have anything excessively stupid? Revision challenges on realistic difficulty. No idea what that is, but... a lot of these don't have any descriptions. Trench coat mode. I guess I would consider this, because I do like Deus Ex. It is within my ballpark. It probably has retro achievements. Here's Blood Money. I think the Blood Money stuff is also mostly kind of basic. Like, okay, sure, these first ones are cause an accident, haha. And when you scroll down, it gets to things like Give me an example. Oh, these are in a random ass order. Oh, they are order of most achieved. They're the complete mission 1. But every mission is like, oh, complete mission, complete on Pro, get Sound Assassin, Pro SA, then do a specific type of kill on each target typically, do some sort of mission story type thing, and then kill 20 people with a TMP while dressed as a therapist. Most of this stuff is pretty straightforward. It's gonna require multiple playthroughs to get all of this. But I think there was something that makes it more interesting. Because I think there's a challenge for completing the whole game on Pro without upgrading any weapons. And I would of course try to combine that with other things, like get Pro SA on every level. So it would be Pro SA without upgrades. Don't think that this one had anything too crazy about any of these challenges, but I think it would be fun to see how I can chain them together. Anyway, Deus Ex is on PS2. Is there anything here? There is that set of challenges. But I don't know if I would want to play PS2 Deus Ex. If anything, I would actually look at this list. Yeah, I took a look at Hitman 2 and Contracts as well. They looked less creative than Blood Money, and my big issue with Hitman on console is that running is tied to how far you tilt the stick, which is an horrible way to handle movement speed in a stealth game. And in Blood Money it's not that big of a deal because, okay, you're running, so what? You're running anyway. But in Contracts and Hitman 2, if you're running, you are more likely to get detected, and sliding is a thing, so it's a lot clumsier to control those games. Whereas in Blood Money, if you're running, so what? Nobody cares. Certainly not the NPCs. Any thought into how the video for Retro Achievements playthrough would be structured? I think I would have to try out how it even feels to do that sort of thing. Start by actually trying out if it's at all interesting. I would hope it is. I would assume it is, but first step would be to actually make an attempt. Splinter has the best movement speed system using scroll wheel. Yeah, and that's keyboard and mouse. It's a very good system, I will give it that. But on a controller, it's so bad. I played the console version of Double Agent, and oh my god, I hated the controls so much. I think I was emulating, so I had to come up with some sort of bind that effectively gives me a toggle for walking and running. Because I could not tolerate holding the stick at an awkward angle. Or just driving me nuts. Started playing Invisible Ink after seeing it on my review list. Yeah, Invisible Ink is pretty good. If you're into roguelikes and stealth and tactics, It's a solid pick. I think the diagonal movement problem is less bad than the stick problem. At least you can avoid moving diagonally, but you can't avoid tilting the stick. I guess that's a preference thing, but I'm going to assume that people who actually prefer gently tilting the stick to walk, I have to assume that these people are psychopaths. That is so wrong. I cannot comprehend. No offense to anyone who does that. Well, a little bit of offense to anyone who does that, but that is madness. Maybe. I'm gonna assume psychopath. Because I have to assume that I have good thumb control. Stick tilting or the console shooting in MGS3? Okay, probably the shooting in MGS3. That is just completely backwards. At least the stick tilting makes sense. But the shooting in MGS3 feels bad and doesn't make sense. Okay, I take back what I said about you being a psychopath if you prefer stick tilting. Shooting in MGS3, that is the actual psychopath behavior. Yeah, it would have to be a running only challenge for Contract and Hitman 2 because I can't. I can't. Oh, in regards to pinkies and running in games, in every Hitman game ever, I use the spacebar to run because I don't want to hold down shift all the time with my pinky. For the last 15 years I've had this bind. Taps and toggle? I mean, it doesn't work that way in most games. Although, a fun anecdote about that sort of thing. In the Penumbra games, which... not quite stealth, but kinda. Normally, running is a hold action, and it's bound to shift, so hold shift to run. But, if you bind run to caps lock, you can turn it into a toggle. Which is very good for speedruns. Oh, I'm kind of a fan of unique controls. I am not a fan of deliberately bad controls, and that's what MGS3 is. I will defend System Shock. But I will not defend MGS3. I have not played Baby Steps. But I assume that in that game, bad controls are actually the gameplay rather than something that hinders the gameplay. Which is how I would describe MGS3. Octodad controls are better than MGS3. I do enjoy my Octodad, especially the original Octodad. That is a game where bad controls are the game. As opposed to a game with bad controls. Trust me, it makes sense. Anyway, I said I might do the tier list of Absolution, and I think I will. But before that, let me take a quick break. And then let's talk about Absolution missions. See if I have I probably have some hot takes. Back in a minute. bit bigger? Yes, we can. Oh, but yeah. I did do the World of Assassination mission tier list some years ago, and I figured that I would probably want to do something like that with the other games, but maybe a bit more relaxed. Something a bit more casual. And let's do it. Do it live. Are we ranking levels or checkpoints from casual perspective, or a speedrun one, or both? Kinda both. We're most of all going by vibes, I think. No overthinking this. Also, the way I'm gonna do it actually is can I delete? I can delete rows. Excellent. Let's start with B, I guess. I'm just gonna have a singular tier, and then I'm gonna compare everything else to that as we go. Also, I noticed that these are not in the correct order. Before we start. Let's see if I remember the mission order. Let's fix this. Can I please? Please? Thank you. It's gonna make this easier in the long run. One of a kind is before Blackwater, yes. How are these not in the correct order? Am I actually remembering the order correctly? That's not correct. There we go. Dexter is after Fight Night. No, it's before Fight Night. Birdie's Gift is after Welcome to Hope. This is after Dexter. And Attack of the Saints is after Fight Night. There we go. I've only been playing this game tens of hours in the past few weeks. It's all B tier. You know what, we'll call this the default tier for now. And a personal contract starts the list in the default tier. Everything else will be compared to that, and then we'll just add more tiers as we need them. And honestly, it's probably gonna end up being the B tier, because personal contract, I think, is a very okay mission. It's, as a tutorial, it's probably the second best in the series after World of Assassination. Not that it's a high bar to clear. Because if we think back at like... Well, Blood Money's tutorial is the worst thing in any Hitman. Contract has like a separate training area, which is no good. Hitman 2 has no tutorial whatsoever. It's got like some prompts that appear in the garden. And Codename 47 is a linear training, much like Contracts. And compared to those, Personal Contract ain't that bad. At least the couple of checkpoints that it actually has, like the main ones, I would call it. Like the gardens, the greenhouse, and what else? The mansion. Is it called the mansion ground floor or something? I can't remember. Like those 3 checkpoints, at least they give you some options on how to approach them. It's not major options. Might be like, okay, you take the left side of the greenhouse or the right side of the greenhouse, and you can use the sprinklers in the greenhouse or things like that. Not huge, but it at least gives you some options. It's not like Death of a Showman where you have to walk down this specific corridor because there are no other options, and that corridor is narrow. So as an Absolution mission, it's not bad. Those specific checkpoints are very, very typical Absolution checkpoints in my opinion, so I can't really hate on them, and as a tutorial it gets the job done. Personal contract has the amount of openness as 007 First Light. It's pretty much, yeah. Just fewer walk and talks. It still has one of the few walk and talks in Absolution, but it's still fewer than 007. Guess there's not much else to say about Personal Contract. Acceptable tutorial. And still better than most Hitman tutorials. King of Chinatown obviously is gonna end up being above. Row above. This shall be +1. We'll work out the letters for these tiers later. But King of Chinatown, definitely better than Personal Contract. It's one of the better missions in the game, I'd say. As it actually has, you know, a target, an assassination in a Hitman game. Wild. Plus, a fairly open-ended level. Hard to fault it too much. Of course, quite scripted as it is Absolution, but I think it still has plenty of room for creativity compared to many of the other missions in the game. I guess the downside really is that a lot of the scripted stuff, like doing the drug dealing thing and sniping, kinda does funnel you to very narrow paths. But at least it doesn't force you down those paths if you want to do something else, like the typical speedrun route of Nitro. The fact that that's a thing, I think, speaks volumes of this mission. As in, it actually gives you the freedom to do the stupid stuff. Any intended kill that stands out? Not really. I think the intended kills are kind of basic, typical stuff. I wouldn't really expect anything super... what's a good word? Extravagant. And I think I prefer it that way. I don't need stuff like, what's a good example from World of Assassination? Like the launching Jasper with the ejector seat. Like, I don't need anything like that. I much prefer the simple stuff where you just have a setup and execution. Alright, well, I guess technically the ejector seat is pretty simple to actually pull off. It's not like complete 7 steps and then a scripted thing happens. Perhaps there are some that would stand out, but I have mostly been doing speedruns lately, and I did do the one kind of casual playthrough not that long ago. And I don't actually remember how I did into not that casual, or that somewhat casual playthrough. Let me actually take a look. What did I do? Where is my video? Right, please. There we go. What did I do? Well, I didn't spend a lot of time in the mission. Yeah, that's already Terminus over there. Oh, I think I just blew him up with the car. Yeah, okay. I was a bit boring here. If anything, I just said that the downside of this mission is that since it only has the one target, you are kinda restricted by his movements. It's not like a lot of the World of Assassination or Blood Money missions, where there are multiple targets doing different things at different times, and you can sort of decide which thing you want to pursue first, and then that might affect where the other target is. Here it's just a one target, and if you want to do something special with him, you have to wait for him to get to the place. But that's an issue with any mission with one target in any of the games. Either way, it's better than Personal Contract. By quite a lot. Most important part about the missions you need to consider for this tier list is how good the story is. Oh, we're getting there. Oh, we're getting there. Terminus has 2 checkpoints. We got the... I think it's just called Terminus. The first floor. Which is not a very interesting but semi-open-ended area. Where you just have to get to the elevator. And then the second half, which is also not that interesting but semi-open-ended. Blah, top floors. I don't think either of those checkpoints really stands out, even though, at least in the top floors, I guess you can explore the area a bit more and there are some details. But gameplay-wise, I don't think there's anything remarkable there, so it's really on par with Personal Contract, I think. As in, if I was to replay individual bits of this game, I think the Terminus checkpoints and the main gameplay checkpoints of Personal Contract are about the same. Is the Dexter cutscene Terminus or Run for Your Life? It is Run for Your Life, and this is where we add a new tier. And let's make it properly green. Because Run for Your Life, it's obviously gonna be top tier. Is the tier name just Run for Your Life? It may as well be. It's no secret, I think Run for Your Life is the best mission in this game, and there really is no competition. It's the one mission that actually utilizes the premise of the game. Like, okay, 47 is on the run. What do you do with that? And then this one mission does basically everything with it. It does the... If you would go through the main checkpoints, it's got the library, which is abandoned, isolated place with just 47 and a bunch of cops. Sneak through that, great. It's not a remarkable checkpoint, but thematically it works. Then that's followed up with the Shangri-La, which is a similar concept, except now you introduce some civilians to the mix. So it's not just cops going ham on an abandoned library, it's them actually having to knock on doors, hippies panicking, and 47 getting closer to some sort of a state of normalcy, I guess. And then that's followed up with the third major checkpoint, the train station, where it's a ton of civilians and cops searching among them. Like, I think the way that mission escalates is just about perfect. From complete isolation to a slightly populated civilian area to completely public area with tons of civilians. Like, that is the perfect arc for an escape sequence, which that mission is. The downside is that it kinda has these little segments in between those main checkpoints, starting with the burning hotel. Which it's a little bit questionable, because that's where the story comes in. And oh boy, is it a story. You can look at it two ways. Either it's the dumbest thing in the entire game, or it's the best thing in the entire game, and I guess I can say that it's both. The story of this game is really, really stupid, but I think that's kind of the point. It's meant to be stupid. And the fact that nothing about the story in Run For Your Life makes sense, I kinda love it. Yeah, it's the yeehaw moment. And then there's the other mini checkpoint with the pigeon coop, which, if I was to remove one section of the level, I think it would probably be pigeon coop. The helicopter is... It's kind of silly because you don't have to be at all stealthy with the helicopter in the first segment. It just doesn't matter at all. It's just kind of awkwardly silly how the helicopter gives up on you so easily. And then the second half of Pigeon Coop is the tiny rooftop, which really adds nothing compared to... Or it adds nothing that Shangri-La and Library don't already add. So what's the point of having that there at all? I guess they just needed 47 to get from place A to place B and have it be somewhat coherent. Do I think already having the cup disguise cheapens the library section a bit? A bit, yes, it does. It even if I mean, it is easy to get a cup disguise in the library, even if you don't have it already. But I think it would be nice if you had to enter the library without the disguise, because it would again fit the story arc, or not even the story arc, but the gameplay arc of the mission better if you had to get the disguise there. Also, that's a good note about this mission, how it only really has one disguise that makes any sort of difference, and that's the cup outfit. And you use the same outfit throughout the entire mission. And that's where the disguise system of this game actually shines, because they are looking for you, and they probably do know each other. It just... This level is the one where Absolution's mechanics make sense and work. Like, heck, I have a whole video on why this is the best mission in the game. I'm not gonna be able to phrase it any better than I did back then. One of the best stealth missions in any game. I'll go that far. And one of the dumbest plot points in any game. Yes, the helicopter bit could have been expanded on and just... It could have been more interesting, because it really is just a matter of walk from A to B, and how you walk from A to B does not matter, whether you try to be stealthy or not. The outcome is exactly the same. Even if it was just some little gimmick with the helicopter. I mean, it kind of is a little gimmick, but it's a pretty bad gimmick. Yeah, that is the weak part of the mission, but fortunately it is a very small part of the mission. Yeah. Does getting seen by the helicopter not affect the next segment before entering the hippie building at all? Nope. It makes no difference whatsoever. Like, if that at least mattered, that would be something. But it really doesn't make any difference. you don't get a rating in that segment, and technically, the part with the pigeons and the following rooftop are the same checkpoints. Yo, Exodia. Thank you for the resub. Yeah, the only thing is that if you get spotted by the helicopter in the rooftop section, then you can't exit to the next checkpoint. So that's everything. But anything that happens before the rooftop is irrelevant. Anyway, Hunter and Hunted. Does that belong in the same tier as King of Chinatown? It's got a lot of checkpoints, and some of them are good and some of them are not. Like, I can't remember the name of the checkpoint off the top of my head. The back streets or the alley or whatever it is that you start on. The courtyard, I think it's called. That is a complete nothing of a checkpoint. I think the main purpose of that is to give you a disguise. But it is not interesting. Then we have the Vixen Club, which is again one of the better checkpoints in the game. But that one is definitely on par with King of Chinatown. It has the same exact problems as King of Chinatown, where kind of a good level, but it only has one target, so you are kind of restricted by the target's movements. But what you can actually do within those restrictions are... You have options. And you have interesting options. And the strip club is an interesting setting for a mission. So definitely points for the Vixen Club. But after that you have dressing rooms, which is again quite a bit of nothing. And the derelict building, which is again just nothing. I'm guessing that the idea behind those two checkpoints is that no matter how you finish the Vixen Club, your chances are you're gonna be disguised as a cop or a bouncer. And depending on how you finish Vixen Club, one of the next two checkpoints is gonna be a challenge because you won't have a good disguise. As in dressing rooms. In dressing rooms you are not allowed as the cop, and in derelict building you are not allowed as the bouncer. So maybe the design logic is that, oh, you're gonna switch to a bouncer outfit to get through the dressing rooms, but then after that you'll have to switch again to a cop outfit to get through the derelict building. And then I guess the game rewards you for being able to do dressing rooms as a cop, since you already have the correct outfit for derelict building, but it's all kind of just irrelevant. I was trying to give the game some credit for having these two checkpoints with two different disguises that work, but it really doesn't matter, does it? You just knock out the first person in either of the checkpoints and that's it. Or just sneak past the dressing rooms in cop outfits, and it works. Derelict building I wouldn't want to sneak through without the cop outfit, but there's a freebie cop right at the beginning of the mission anyway, so not exactly tough. Suppose for max rating it would be tougher. I'm not sure if there's a container you can hide that guy in, but now we're splitting hairs. Those checkpoints are meaningless. Then what? Then it's convenience store, which is, again, kind of nothing. Oh, and loading area. That is very much nothing. Yeah, Chinese New Year is definitely the best part of this mission. Even it also avoids the problem that King of Chinatown and Vixen Club have, as in multiple targets, so you can choose what to focus on, and it already feels like you have more options because of that. I'm not actually sure how many different options you have per target in Chinese New Year compared to like King of Chinatown or Vixen Club. But I think it's still an improvement, even if you have 3 targets with less options compared to 1 target with a lot of options. Because you are more likely to be able to explore all of those options in one playthrough. As you don't have to wait for the target to do his whole routine. Question is, do I like the idea of Chinese New Year reusing the area from King of Chinatown? Kind of neutral on that. In general, I do like reusing areas for different missions. It's nice when you revisit an area and realize that, oh, I already know this place to some degree, and I can use that existing knowledge to play better. I do like that. I do wish the visuals were a bit different. Like, both of them are just heavily crowded nighttime market areas. So they feel very similar. Not just because they are the same location, but also the setting beyond that is very much the same. But yeah, the question is Chinese New Year good enough to be to lift up the rest of the mediocre, forgettable checkpoints up to King of Chinatown? Well, I'm gonna say yes so we can add another tier here. I may have made a mistake with this tiering system. It's quite a shuffle. There we go. It can stay there for now. Tier list website. It's tiermaker.com. Next up is Rosewood. Okay, 3 checkpoints, which are one of the rare walking simulator segments, and the dumbest suppose it is a dialogue. But the worst bit of dialogue 47 has ever delivered. Then the orphanage, which I guess it is one of those slightly more open-ended areas, similar to, say, convenience store, I guess? Or Terminus. Different floors. Yeah, Terminus is probably the best comparison for the fuse pickup segment. But man, it feels so pointless. Like, I'm not a big story guy when it comes to Hitman. but having to just pick up fuses that are scattered randomly throughout the level is such a throwaway objective. It's like, oh, we gotta make the player walk around the area somehow. Just put some fuses there to pick up. It just feels so pointless. And then the final checkpoint is the central heating, which mostly just linear nothing, followed up with, I guess I'll call it mandatory shootout, even though I just did a speedrun where I broke the shootout, but if we exclude that as a thing, like the assassination part of that is a joke. Either you go for the mandatory shootout and kill 3 non-targets, or you go for the obvious accident and fry Wade. And neither is very interesting. Like, there is not a lot of good things going on in Rosewood. First checkpoint is a waste of time. Third checkpoint is a cop-out assassination. Like, it's the exact thing that people were dunking on when this game came out. It's like, you don't get to assassinate anyone. And when you finally do, you can't actually... You don't actually have any choice in the matter. It's just a scripted thing. No bonus points for syringe glitch. I don't even recall what that is. Or is that fixed? Something to do with the points with syringes or something. But yeah, I think Rosewood deserves a new tier. At the bottom. And I'm gonna have to shuffle these colors. Damn it. Yeah, there it goes. Even if the fuse checkpoint technically plays okay, it's still a very uninteresting setting, uninteresting objective, uninteresting enemies, uninteresting everything. Level design is okay, but everything else is just so bland. And then you combine that with the awful dialogue in the intro checkpoint and the boss fight. Like, I can't give Rosewood much credit. And then I think for the next one, I have a hot take, because it's Welcome to Hope. I kinda really like Welcome to Hope. It's just one checkpoint that's the bar fight. But it's the sort of thing that I think this game also does pretty well. Which is just, here's a gimmicky little segment. We won't dwell on it for too long. It's a hit or miss. Give it a shot. And it kinda works. It's the sort of thing I wish World of Assassination had at all. Like, yeah, it's a twist. It's a stupid gimmick. but we're doing something different from usual. Yeah, and it is a funny little, like, joke that they have there, where you are not allowed in the bar because no suit, no tie. Like, I think that's an actual funny joke. And then, however you approach it, I think both ways of approaching the mission, like the both obvious ways of approaching the mission, are actually pretty fun. Either you, in both of them, really. Well, not both of them include going through the vent necessarily, but either you go in through the vent and just walk through the crowds and just keep a distance to enforcers and get to the bar like that. Okay, cool. That's using the crowds similarly to how you used crowds in the train station. That's cool. Or you hit the magic bar fight switch, cause a bar fight, and fight your way through in fist fights. Both of those are pretty fun options, I think. I mean, don't get me wrong, the melee combat in Absolution is absolute... This is dog shit. But I like that they have a level that's kind of just dedicated to that sort of being a meme. I think I'm gonna put it at +1 for now. It may go up. It may go up because I do like it, and even in a casual playthrough, it's like 10 minutes long. It's hard to hate on it. Hello, Cat. Not today, at least, but maybe at some point we'll do the other games. And Absolution melee combat isn't quite the same as War of Assassination. It's, at least on the higher difficulties, more difficult. And the prompts for which button you have to press are at least somewhat random. And when it moves on the screen like this, it can be very difficult to figure out what you're supposed to be pressing, at least on PC. Next up is Birdie's Gift. It's kinda in the same boat as Welcome to Hope. It's just a gun shop with a shooting competition. The weird thing is that these two missions are back-to-back, but they're kinda similar in that they're just gimmicks. I don't think Birdie's Gift is as funny of a gimmick. But it kind of works on the same level. The Easter eggs? Are there other Easter eggs besides Lynch being there? Yeah, Gunshop kinda has more gameplay. It's got more different options, especially if you go for the evidence or just explore the map. There's more to explore there. It's definitely a bigger, more elaborate map. Tower collapsing thing. I do not recall that. Yeah, it's a more elaborate as a map, but I think the default way of completing it is more obvious and less interesting than in Welcome to Hope, because you just do the shooting competition and that's it. It is more obviously the intended way to do the mission. Either way, I have to put it in the same tier as Welcome to Hope. Respect the gimmick. Score of 666. Please add more detail, okay. Okay, shaving Lenny. I guess shaving Lenny is pretty obviously a +2 for now. As it is completely a proper assassination mission. It does have the downside of being split into two, kind of an awkward way. But I think each of those checkpoints is pretty good on their own. And both of those checkpoints have multiple targets, which, as said, I think immediately adds more freedom to approach, or freedom of approach to how you handle them. I look like G-Man if he recently took a shower. Thanks. Does either streets or barbershop stand out to me more? You know, not really. They are pretty evenly defined. They are pretty evenly designed. Like they go for very different things, and they both accomplish those different things. Like Streets of Hope is the more wide area with multiple buildings, at least 3. That you can enter, and a bit more public, I suppose. Whereas the barber shop is a little more intimate, and just a smaller map in general. And I'm not sure if I view this as a good or a bad thing, but it's at least interesting that you have to get Lenny out alive. The upside is that it's different and it stands out, but the downside is that getting him out alive doesn't feel fleshed out. Because you either do the I am a barber and I am kidnapping you in a cutscene, which it works, but it really limits your options, because the other option is drag Lenny to the front door while he's unconscious, which feels super clumsy by comparison. Especially on higher difficulties where there's a cop sitting in the same room. So I wish that section had received a bit more polish in some alternative way. Yeah, some alternative way to complete that would be an improvement. But yeah, no strong faults in that mission. It's just a pretty good Hitman mission. Yes. Some other points where you could have extracted Lenny would be good. Or if there were other ways to get him to leave the building. I don't know, allow you to somehow confront him privately with a gun and say, "You're coming with me, fucker." I don't know if that would make any sense in the story, because Lenny would probably just try to fight you or something, but it's the story of Absolution. Anything goes. look like an eldritch alien bureaucrat. I'll take it. Okay. Next up, end of the line. Okay. Well, that's pretty simple. Not a mission. Unrankable. There's nothing to end of the line. Oh, sorry, end of the road. It looked like that speedrunner of Absolution there was an ESA last week. Huh. Interesting. What a coincidence. The two Hitman runners would look alike. Yeah, I got nothing to say about End of the Road. It is effectively a cutscene. Cutscene with a couple of Easter eggs. So, Dexter Industries, I would describe as one of the most insignificant missions in the game. And probably on par with Rosewood. It's got a lot of checkpoints, and none of them are interesting. Like, what do we have? We have Dead End. There's a flat bit of nothing. Turn off some security systems and get out. Old Mill. Okay, you take some stairs up and that's it. Descent. Take some stairs down and that's it. Just a really long checkpoint with nothing truly interesting, except maybe the fact that it has a glitch at the end that breaks the objectives if you do them in the wrong order. And Factory Compound, which probably the best segment in that mission, because at least you can explore the front halls of the compound a bit. Nothing too exciting about it. I suppose the chipmunk outfit is a quick laugh. But truly, it is just extremely bland level. In terms of setting, objectives, visuals, there's really just nothing going on there. I don't know what the point of the security system is. Maybe there are cameras somewhere hidden that you disable. Oh yes, there is a second way to get into the factory compound. So you don't have to use the front door. Actually, I think there are multiple entrances. There's the front door, there's some sort of side entrance, and then there's the rooftop. So it is by far the best checkpoint in Dexter Industries, but that doesn't mean much. Very much a nothing mission. If it was cut from the game, I don't think anyone would be upset. Meanwhile, Death Factory actually has something going on. The first checkpoint is a bit of an odd one, because it starts with that separate area where someone's being interrogated and you have to get some files and use a computer to get to the elevator where the actual checkpoint is. That whole opening segment feels like a complete waste. That could have been just... That's basically just a different take on the factory entrance that we see in Factory Compound in Dexter Industries. Like, why is this even a thing? We just went through the front area of the building. Why do we have a second area that looks like it could be the front area of the building? Then you have the elevator ride and then a decent checkpoint with the actual factory. I can't remember the name of it. What is it? Test facility. Test facility is okay. Kind of has the downside of both the target and the other objective of opening the doors being very close to one another, and that is in the opposite end of the level. But you know, at least the area itself is interesting. And yes, the point of the first area before the elevator is likely to just give you a disguise, but I feel like there would have been better ways to handle that. Like, it could have tied better into Dexter Industries. Like if those ending of Dexter and opening of Death Factory had been moved a tiny bit, I think it could have worked better. Also, a downside of the opening of the Death Factory is that since you have to do that whole first area plus the elevator ride, it really hurts the replay value of that whole checkpoint. Because even though that checkpoint by itself is alright, it's one of the actual freeform assassination missions, I don't really want to replay it because it involves doing the whole elevator segment before getting to the main meat of the checkpoint. And that's probably why I don't really know how to kill the target in that many ways, because I just don't want to replay it. Then what's next? We have decontamination, which is one of the nothing checkpoints. It seems like the whole point of decontamination was to do the cake gimmick. And the cake gimmick is really a waste. Because what's the point of the cake gimmick when you don't even have a target in the checkpoint? Like, okay, great, you get to kill a bunch of non-targets in a funny way, but why? You have to take into account contracts mode? Nah. I won't be doing that. Not that that would be even a good contract, I think. Like, okay, you do the gimmick once and turn that into a contract. Now what? That's everything. And contract mode doesn't exist anymore. No, technically it exists on the mobile port, I guess. I don't know if there's a peacock-like thing for it. I don't think it works. Does it? I know Cobra is a thing, but I don't know if it's got contract support. I know it's very work in progress. Like, there's just not much to Cobra at the moment. It's a thing that exists, but Anyway, I can't give decontamination a lot of points. It is a very nothing checkpoint. But I can give R&D some points. R&D is actually one of the better checkpoints in the game, probably. Actually, it leans into the idea of let's do some funny kills. Funny kills and a unique feeling environment with the spiral staircase running through the level. I don't think it's the best possible layout for a Hitman mission, but for an Absolution-sized checkpoint, I think it works well enough. Doesn't teleport give any extra points? No. Let's not go there. Suit only is impossible. I have never tried to suit only Absolution, so I wouldn't know. But I will say that this is one of my, maybe not quite favorite, but it's one of the better checkpoints in the game. If I was to replay individual segments of Absolution, I think this would be pretty high up on the ones I want to just mess around in. Even if a lot of the stuff is scripted things like firing the electric gun. At least it feels unique and somewhat creative. But where does the put Death Factory? I don't think it's King of Chinatown or Shaving Lenny level, but it can be in +1 with Hunter and Hunted and the other two gimmicks. Because yeah, it's pretty comparable to Hunter and Hunted, as in a couple of pretty decent assassination checkpoints and a nothing burger of a walking checkpoint. Fight Night! What do we do about Fight Night? We got Patriot's Hangar and the Arena. Patriot's Hangar is... it's not the worst non-assassination, nothing burger of a checkpoint. But it's also not particularly interesting. And the Arena is kind of a gimmick. No matter how you do it, it's a little bit gimmicky. But I do respect the gimmick. It's a bit of a tough one. I don't really know how to feel about that. Yeah, that's the thing with the hangar. It's a surprisingly big area, considering it's just really a setup for the main event. What's this music? This is Brotato soundtrack, Turbine Kick. And I would like to have some sort of now playing thing, but problem is that my music comes from YouTube, and the titles for the videos are all over the place. So I have things like Command dash and dash Conquer OST dash 01 dash Act on Instinct and then I also have a main theme. Or, in brackets, high quality, Shadow of the Colossus OST 12, a violent end. So there's no formatting whatsoever. Yeah, I considered getting the... I mean, at some point I did have the files locally and renamed them to be logical. But at that point, you can't add any more music easily. And displaying the names was still kinda clumsy. Chat comment that replies with the YouTube link. I don't know how I could do that. Given I just play the songs using a random web app that looks like it was made in like 2006. I looked into different ways of playing music on stream, and sadly, this is just the easiest way to do it. But that limits my options on how to display it on stream. So I just trusted people who really want to know can ask, and I will answer. Anyway, Fight Night. What was I saying? Yeah, the hangar is kind of just a setup for the arena, and it's a surprisingly big setup for the arena. Can you do anything really interesting at the hangar besides get the Patriot outfit? And that has the whole mission story of stealing his teddy bear and allowing people to wander off in search of it. But beyond that, can you really do anything interesting in the hangar? I can't think of anything. How do I feel about the scripted Patriot fight kill on Sanchez? It's kind of a funny Absolution-like moment. It's obviously very stupid. I don't like the QuickTime event system in this game. But it's kind of similar to the yeehaw moment in Run for Your Life opening cutscene. Where it's like, yes, this is stupid, we all know this is stupid, but let's roll with it. The mission is absolutely better if you don't go for the scripted fight kill. But I kinda like that it's an option. As stupid as it is. What happens if you knock out or kill the Patriot but then use the stud route you used in... Oh, that's a good question. I don't know what happens. I assume the Patriot just comes back to life. But that is actually a really good question. I think we're gonna have to do some science. Let me boot up Absolution real quick. Oh shit, I'm playing on expert. I want to play on normal so I can just shoot everybody. Yeah, tier list cancelled. We're now playing Absolution. Let's switch to easy so I can just shoot everybody. Where are... Oh. Oh, that's not a person. Nice shooting. Where? There we go. Where did Patriot go? There. I've never approached the keycard from this direction. There it is. Near body, you don't say. Hostile area. Oh no. No, I don't think the disguise matters, but I want to have it anyway. I'm gonna see what happens.
Cancel? We got a lot of paying customers here. Just protecting your investment. No, don't worry. Sheriff Kirky's got her in his basement detention, and nobody gets in or out of that place without his permission. I'll pick her up right after the fight.
How can we tier list the levels if we don't know the crucial ways to gain breaks? Exactly. What if they took this into consideration in the level? I mean, what they didn't take into consideration is how the mask clips into 47's head. Yikes. He's not there. Okay. They did take this into consideration. That's good. I assume I can't actually initiate the fight in any way, but at least the mission works as it should. Yeah, I wasn't expecting this to be a thing.
You're not gonna make it. It already took off. There'll be another one along in like what, 10 minutes?
It would be nice if I could actually initiate the fight from here, but, you know... This is still more than I expected. That's nice. But still, the hangar is kind of nothing, and the arena is okay. I guess I'll go default for now. Maybe it deserves a bit higher. Because the arena is a pretty okay checkpoint. We'll see, we'll see. We'll go through this at the end and I'll adjust as needed. But next up is Attack of the Saints. Ah. +3, clearly. Parking is awful. Parking is like actually a really bad assassination checkpoint. The opening is so bad. and the new parking route does not affect the rating, it is still so bad that you have to somehow get down that staircase with no other options while 3 people walk your way, and the only options are to wait or do some pretty extreme AI manipulation. It absolutely destroys all replay value of this checkpoint. Then reception is okay, but kind of uninteresting. It's a very small checkpoint and it doesn't really have anything interesting in it. Not bad, but not good either. Yes, if there was a way to vault down from the 2nd floor, parking would immediately be a lot better. But that is not a thing, so it's just crap. But it's got latex nuns. Yeah, that's a +1 right there. And what's the final one is Cornfield. Cornfield is probably the best checkpoint in the level. Because you have multiple targets. None of them super interesting, granted, but multiple targets. An interesting gimmick. You've had the hiding in tall grass or corn gimmick before. I think that was only in Shangri-La previously, in Run For Your Life. Which again, hey, another point for Shangri-La. It's even got that gimmick going on. But it actually works a lot better in Attack of the Saints, given it has targets. And you have a reason to go into the corn. It's like it goes from a bad checkpoint to a decent checkpoint to a good checkpoint. But I gotta give it some credit that because all of those checkpoints do have targets, multiple targets. And they are quite different from one another. Is it better than Fight Night? If I was to replay missions, I would rather replay Attack of the Saints than Fight Night. So I suppose it will go there for now. Even though the opening is really, really bad. Opening is bad, but the rest of it is okay to good. And yeah, it's like... conceptually, I think it's also a very Absolution-esque funny thing of... the ICA has sent a private military nun-squad to come after you, who will attack you with a rocket launcher. It is so stupid that it's funny, and I like that side of Absolution. So I'll give that some points. It's... if you compare Attack of the Saints to something like Dexter Industries, it is so much more memorable. Yeah, including the starting suit. You gotta give some points for that sort of thing. Skirky's Law. What's in Skirky's Law? There's the courthouse, which is I feel like quite underutilized. It's a good setting for a mission. You just don't really do anything interesting in it. It has an awkward exit. But it really doesn't have anything else. Yeah, it definitely feels like something is missing. A target or some proper main objective. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. It does feel like it was just they had a concept, and then they didn't really do much with it. It's definitely a checkpoint that feels like they ran out of time. Then what? Then there's holding cells, which is a non-checkpoint, no rating system, nothing happens in it. I think the only purpose of that is to give you a different outfit. And what's the final one? I can't remember the name of it. Prison. Prison also not exactly an exciting checkpoint. It's also very linear, even by Absolution standards. At least the courthouse feels like it gives you some options on how to where to go, even if you don't really have a lot of choice. It at least pretends to be open-ended, whereas the prison is really just a tunnel. As far as walking from A to B checkpoints goes, prison is probably on the better side. I don't think I can agree with that. The advantage it has is that it's the prison itself is an interesting location, but gameplay-wise, it is very, very limited. Like if we compare that to some of the previous missions, like Rosewood, or even Dexter Industries checkpoints, it is super linear. Yeah, Courthouse is definitely the checkpoint of Skirky's Law, but they don't do anything with it. It's wasted potential all the way through. I feel like whenever I try to play Absolution and I play Skirky's Law somewhat casually, it's a case of it's cool that I can explore this stuff, but there's no point to any of it. And then the other checkpoints are just completely pointless. There's nothing to them. I think it has to go to -1. I still prefer it over Dexter Industries, simply because of the courthouse, and because it's it's a lot shorter than Dexter Industries. Like 2 proper checkpoints versus what, 4 or 5? And at least one of those checkpoints is kinda interesting. Maybe Skirky's Law is one of those checkpoints where they were... Well, I'm gonna say they probably ran out of budget or time. Or, well, both. and just left a half-finished mission in the game like that. But also maybe they were thinking that, oh, the contracts mode will fix it, which I won't agree with. Prison makes it a bit more complicated. I don't know. It is more of a tunnel than most of those checkpoints. Like, you cannot deviate from the path at all. Like, the only point where you can kind of attempt to deviate is, do you take the upper route at the very end? And it's a case of, well, why would you not take the upper route? It's just completely free if you do that. I guess the only reason is that you didn't notice it. What do the plus mean? They are placeholder names for tiers. We could actually... You know what? Let's rename the tiers now that we have multiple of them and we're getting close to the end. How did this go? A, B, C, D, E. Yeah, let's roll with those. Or, you know what, I prefer this. Oh, whoops. We'll go from S because Run for Your Life is just that good that it has to be in S tier. Oh yeah, I see what you mean. The prison does have... Like, as far as being a linear stealth segment goes, it's not terrible. Like, you have to really use your instinct in appropriate ways. You have to actually pay attention to how you sneak through that segment. It plays quite a bit like Splinter Cell, if you ask me. Oh, Run for Your Life is very open-ended compared to Skirky's Law. It is just go from A to B mission, but you have many ways to get to B. But speaking of boring tunnels that are excessively linear and not interesting, Operation Sledgehammer! I don't even have to think about that, that's a D tier mission right there. If we have the police station, what's that checkpoint actually called? County Jail. County Jail is kind of nothing. Great, you have to get your guns, which are right by the exit. Okay. Not what you would call exciting. Also, it is a better use of the setting than the courthouse was, but it's still not very interesting. And then we have a what the fuck is Absolution doing with its story moment, when Outgunned begins with Skirky getting shot by whoever it was, I can't remember. Oh yeah, Skirk getting shot by Travis. Yeah, the best part of this mission is this cutscene. Then we have Outgunned, which is short, linear, pointless. Just thoroughly uninteresting. Then we have Burn, which is also linear and uninteresting. It tries to have a gimmick with the smoke, but it doesn't actually do anything interesting. Just means you get spotted a bit slower. But the warehouse is just not... It just doesn't look like anything significant. Like, nothing about this is memorable at all. And then finally, Hope Fair, which kinda tries to be something like the train station, where, oh, lots of people and militia members looking for 47. And in a way, this plays into the same strengths as Train Station and Run for Your Life did. It just does it way worse. Already been smoking the game before this point. Yeah. But that was really the main gimmick of the checkpoint. So at least it tried to have a gimmick, is my point. Whereas Outgunned had nothing. But anyway, Hope Fair. Kinda like Train Station, just less interesting. And it doesn't help that once you start the checkpoint, people are already panicking. So you never really get that blending in with the crowd moment in Hope Fair. And the civilians just dissipate and are never to be seen again, which turns it into a similar segment as Outgunned and Burn. It really is just a case of, oh, it looks like a really busy segment, and then it turns into a very boring segment as soon as the crowd disappears. And of course, at the end of Sledgehammer, come on, we get the Absolution special. Of scripted kill with point shooting. Like, you could have at least had a target, but even that's going to waste. If I recall correctly, there was supposed to be more to Skirky, and a lot of that was just cut. But it is still a huge shame that this is what we got in Sledgehammer. Skirky is such a wasted character. Which is, well, I guess that goes for most of the targets in this game. Yeah. That's not getting out of D tier, unless I make an F tier. Sorry, E tier. I know my alphabet. One of a Kind is not a mission. It is a glorified cutscene. Yes, it's got Easter eggs and little nice touches for nostalgia, but it is still a cutscene and shall not be rated among the others. But then we have Blackwater Park, which I don't know if I'm correct, but my impression is that a lot of people really like Blackwater Park and consider it to be one of the best missions in the game. Like, I feel like whenever I hear people talk about the good parts of Absolution, they bring up King of Chinatown, Shaving Lenny, and Blackwater Park. And I don't know why Blackwater Park is on that list. Because the first checkpoint is one of the very average get from A to B areas. Not that interesting of an area or location, in my opinion. The gimmick of having to use or destroy the computer in order to call the elevator. Okay, gameplay-wise, sorta interesting, especially on higher difficulties. Getting to that computer unspotted is a challenge. But I don't think it's a very fun challenge. It's just here's a room with a lot of NPCs. Elite guards give full mask disguise that everyone sees through. Yeah, I don't mind that. That's just a mechanical thing. Like, sure, we can make the argument that the visuals and the mechanics don't quite match, but the mechanics follow the rules of the rest of the game. I'm okay with that. But yeah, the first checkpoint of Blackwater Park, I just don't find there's anything noteworthy about it, really. It is better than Sledgehammer or Skirky Slow or Dexter Industries. But I don't think it's... like, it's maybe on par with Rosewood's main checkpoint. Which is why I assume that when people talk about Blackwater Park, they mostly talk about the penthouse, which is clearly the better checkpoint. But even that is kind of mid. Because yes, it has a target. Yes, there are lots of funny things on the map, like samurai costumes and explosives and different medieval weapons and whatever the heck you can think of. Like, in that sense, yeah, there's a lot of stuff that you can work with. But the map itself, you have one target, and the map is effectively a circle that you can only traverse in one direction. Sure, technically there is a keycard that you can use to go the other way, but getting that keycard is not really viable. It's so much more difficult than just following the more intended route. And so despite having a target that you can technically assassinate in many ways, it still feels really linear. Not as linear as the D-tier missions. It's a wide tunnel, but for a level that kinda presents itself as a large penthouse that you can navigate freely, it doesn't really work. Maybe it's more replayable than a lot of the missions, given how it has so many different accident opportunities and weird weapons. But it still doesn't really strike me as an interesting map. I would rather play that than many of the other ones, no doubt about that. But still, I feel like it belongs in like C tier. And yes, there is a... Actually, I'm not sure if it's a scripted point shooting moment. I think you have to manually just shoot her. I don't think it's point shooting if you go all the way to the hidden bedroom. Not sure if it's point shooting or just normal shooting moment. But yeah, that is a thing. And yes, importantly, it is not a mandatory part of the mission. It's not like Skirky or Wade, So in that sense, it's absolutely better than those two. But given the first checkpoint is not very good and the second checkpoint is okay, I think C tier fits Blackwater pretty nicely. Then Countdown. In a way, I feel like Countdown is in the same level of a gimmick as Welcome to Hope and Birdie's Gift. It's just not as fun of a gimmick. It is as gimmicky, but not as fun. Because the level design is pretty linear, and the fact that the whole place is covered in fog makes it just really frustrating to navigate. And I guess you have a couple of ways to get to Dexter, but that's really all it has. The timer really doesn't add a whole lot. I think on a blind playthrough, it gives you some sort of sense of urgency and already kind of restricts the scope of the map. It tells you that, okay, this is supposed to be a quick one. And I'm totally fine with that. I like the fact that there are levels that are really short and some levels that are a lot longer. And I guess my problems with Countdown really are that the fog makes it annoying to play because you can't see properly anywhere and it's just not fun. And the very first area before you take the stairs up feels super restricting. Not in a fun way, especially because of the fog. But I do like the gimmick of the short mission minefield. Mechanically, I like the fog. I just don't like it visually. And it's a decent set piece of Dexter has barricaded himself at the helipad, set up a minefield. It's got some perks, but also some really obvious downsides. And with that, I think I'll put it in C tier. Yeah. And finally, Absolution. First checkpoint is kind of nothing. Walk around at a graveyard. One NPC type. Pick lock to win. Second checkpoint is dumb. Why give you a sniper rifle when you are not allowed to use the sniper rifle because you have to first identify the target by getting close up? And even if you don't go for the snipe kill, it's not an interesting assassination. And the final checkpoint is such an anticlimactic ending to the game. Of here are 3 people, no other NPCs, kill them all. I sort of feel like they were going for like the end from MGS3. It's the end at home. Like just you and these 3 elite soldiers who you can pretty easily snipe. Just detect them before they detect you. They're the Praetorians, whoever those are. They haven't been introduced until the start of that mission. I guess that mission is kind of, or at least that checkpoint, is kind of fun to play. Because it's such a simple and short mission, and there's really not a checkpoint like that in the game elsewhere. So in that sense, it's kind of nice. But it's also very, very underwhelming. And that is kind of the final mission in a nutshell. Kind of underwhelming. Not terrible, just kind of pointless. And as such, I think C tier is appropriate. How are we looking? Do I disagree with myself about any of these? Run for Your Life is alone in S tier, that's appropriate. King of Chinatown Shaving Lenny. Yeah, they belong here for sure. Should any of these go up or down? Hunter and Hunted. I don't think it's as good as those two missions. Welcome to Hope. Birdie's Gift. I'm kind of looking at Welcome to Hope and thinking that, you know, that's a good gimmick map. That's like... That's one of the best gimmick maps in the series, probably. Because it's a joke that lands and actually has gameplay that works. I may put Welcome to Hope in A tier. As a bite-sized little funny thing, it's actually really good. We'll think about that for a minute. C tier, Personal Contract, Terminus, Fight Night, Blackwater, Countdown, Absolution. Does any of these stand out as being too high or too low? Maybe Fight Night could go up. Because the arena is a pretty good set piece. Whereas Terminus is really not a memorable map. Yeah, of the C tier maps, Fight Night is really the one that stands out as something to remember. Maybe it's gonna go up a bit. Now what? How about we do this? Am I insane for putting Welcome to Hope in A tier, and then also putting Fight Night in B tier? D tier looks fine to me. All of those maps are extremely blah. And not a mission tier is obviously what it is. I think this might be it. Welcome to Hope in A tier is that's a pretty hot take. Also, yes, a nice bell curve. Very important. I think I can stand by this. I'm sure this would look different if I did it on a different day. But right now, I think I can get behind what I have. There we go. Hang on, there was... How do I see... Community rank. How does my list compare to what other people say? Shaving Lenny and Hunter and Hunted in A tier? What are people... No. I guess people just remember that Chinese New Year and Vixen Club are good maps, but they just completely forget about all of the boring checkpoints of Hunter and Hunted. King of Chinatown, Run for Your Life? I'm surprised that's that high up. I thought my take was spicy. And Blackwater Park, yeah. I expected Blackwater Park to be high. I don't agree with it. Terminus, Rosewood Rosewood in the same tier as Fight Night and Death Factory and Attack of the Saints. Okay. Sure, I think people are overrating Rosewood. But other than that, this makes sense. I think I almost have these in this sort of order. They're all like in that mid-tier C or D or whatever I had them in. Skirky, Absolution, Dexter, Sledgehammer. I think I had Absolution a bit higher than this. But Skirky, Dexter, Sledgehammer, those are understandably the bottom of the basic mission list. Just swap Absolution and Rosewood on this list and it makes a bit more sense. And E tier, Birdie's Gift, Welcome to Hope, Countdown and the cutscenes. Yeah, my Welcome to Hope take might be a bit spicy. That's an A tier map. And I also do like Birdie's Gift and Countdown. I respect them for what they are, but I think people who typically make these lists just see them as dumb gimmicks and just want things like what World of Assassination has to offer. Whereas I am kind of... I have seen enough of World of Assassination, so I respect these gimmick maps way more. But this is my list. It is objectively correct. But if I was to make it tomorrow, it would be different. I think that's a wrap on that. That took a lot longer than I expected. Hey, maybe at some point I'll do the other Hitman games as well. Ah, what is this layout? These pictures are all over the place. But yeah, maybe after I do casual playthroughs of each of the other games in the series, I'll also do tier lists. When I have the missions fresh in my mind. Or maybe not even casual playthroughs, even a speedrun, just get a little refresher on the other ones. Though with Well, I was thinking that maybe with Hitman 2, Contracts and Blood Money, maybe I would do all of those at once. Like, way back when I did the World of Assassination list, I thought that maybe I'll do those 3 as a single video. But god damn, the World of Assassination list was a lot of work, so I decided that I don't want to actually go through with that. And looking at how long this took, maybe I don't want to do those in a single list anyway. Also, Hitman 2 would be an interesting one, because Hitman 2 has a lot of really gimmicky missions, which vary from really, really bad to really good. So I don't know how that would work out. I would like to give them a gold star whenever they do something special, because some of those special things are also absolutely dreadful. But that's not today, or anytime soon. Wouldn't Blood Money missions be on top mostly if you do all the old Hitman? Not necessarily. I think Contracts has a lot of really good missions. And Blood Money also has some pretty weak moments. Like, if you think back on it, Amendment, House of Cards, I'd say Curtains Down is pretty low. It's got the absolute highs of the series. Like, immediately off the top of my head, A New Life is a tier above everything else. And what's it called? Till Death Do Us Part is good. Flatline is good. I guess people disagree on that, but I think Flatline is almost top tier, if not for the cutscene. Dance with the Devil. But then again, Contracts also has excellent missions. Like Rendezvous in Rotterdam, Beldingford Manor, Meat King's Party, though Meat King might be a bit lower because of the opening. Slaying a Dragon, one of the best gimmick maps in the series. So it wouldn't just be Blood Money at the top. On content creators list. Oh. Am I here? Hey, somebody remembered me. Is Hidden Valley A tier though? That would be the hottest take. I'll just make a list that is kind of normal and then throw Hidden Valley in A tier as a bait. All Hitman maps. I don't think that's all. Yeah, let's not do this right now. And let's not check the community rank. I don't want the community rank to affect my spicy takes sometime down the line. A tier because new objectives rate. Absolutely. Thinking of uploading this to YouTube? In some format, yes. Let me hit that button over there. Yes. In some format, yes. Double check. It's a very fun challenge. Yes. I did record this whole segment, so I have a recording without the background music. I can splice together something. Something that isn't like 2 hours long. How long is this video? It's close to 2 hours. Oof. But I can make something with that. Should be fun. You could try to do something. Perhaps. I may take you up on that offer. But I'll have to see what else I want to do. As we discussed earlier in the stream, I have like so many ideas on how I want to do more streaming and videos and all the different subjects. Yeah, if you already had something edited about the Enforcer mod thing, then I think I can give you more footage for that. I hope I can give some more footage for that sometime soon. Do I already know what the next stream is gonna be? I'm not sure. There's, as discussed before, I may do maybe Blood Money retro achievements, or maybe... I guess I don't want to go immediately to World of Assassination from Absolution, just to change it up a bit with how the game feels. But the Insta-spotting mod is definitely in the near future. And as far as casual stuff goes, I got a code for the Halo remake, so I'll give that a spin. I think it has some new missions, so I should at least try out those, even if I don't play through the full game. Then 007 finally got some new Taksim content, so I'll try that and then uninstall 007 probably. And Teardown recently got its final DLC. At least I think it's final. I think it's the last thing in the season pass. Relics of Barcuna. And Teardown is amazing, one of the best games of recent years. But the DLCs have been less than great. But I still gotta play it because the base game was so good. Maybe they'll capture it again. So those are definitely in the... Actually, I had a list of casual stuff too that I got on the shortlist. Yeah, Teardown DLC, 007 Halo remake. I finally set up Alien vs Predator 2, which I've been wanting to play for ages. The UI is still broken and doesn't scale, but maybe it's still playable. So maybe that at some point. Then I have a certain unmentionable game that I could play. And I very briefly played a bit of a game called Unforgiving off stream. Just some short horror game based on Nordic mythology. And I played it for like 20 minutes and I was like, you know, this actually doesn't seem terrible. I may want to stream this. Far Cry 3. I assume it's still at the top, isn't it? It sure is. Yeah. It's a long game though. And it's by Ubisoft. Ew. Hey, Mawa. But yeah, as far as casual games go, I think I have 007 Teardown Halo Those are at the top. But I don't know if any of them are gonna be all that long. Especially if I don't know if I'll play through all of Halo. I might be good with just trying out the new missions and seeing how the game feels. Treading dangerous territory for saying anything bad about Far Cry 3. It's a Ubisoft game. It's kind of mandatory to take a shit on it. Doesn't matter if it's good, you still gotta dunk on Ubisoft. You know, unironically, the big reason why I'm not that interested in playing Far Cry 3 is Ubisoft. It's like, it's just... Whenever I install a Ubisoft game, there's like this stench that comes out of my computer. I tried Far Cry 2 and I made the mistake of playing on the highest difficulty. It was a bad time. Maybe that game deserves a better chance, but it's also Ubisoft, so ew. Stench is the launcher? No, it's just Ubisoft being Ubisoft. There's a soft boycott on Ubisoft on my part. Because Ubisoft is the same company that killed or attempted to kill... How did it turn out? With The Crew? Their online-only game that they decided that we're gonna shut this game down and make it unplayable for everybody. That then, like a month later, had somebody come out and say that, oh, people need to get used to not owning their games. It's not like they're going away. Like when you have those two statements, killing The Crew and saying that people need to get used to this because the games are not going away. As a company, they are so out of touch with reality that I don't want to support them in any way. And any way includes streaming their games. I know nothing about Rockstar, other than that they haven't made anything that interests me in ever. And EA is also in the avoid pile nowadays. I haven't played Hidden and Dangerous. Either of them. They're helping kill discs and are dreaming of a future where we all... Okay, well... They can keep dreaming, I guess. EA, Activision, Blizzard, Bethesda, Ubisoft. Yeah, I guess for me it's at this point just Ubisoft and EA. It really is a matter of... Like, I can't... I can't fault anyone for avoiding any AAA publishers. It's just a matter of which of their idiotic decisions personally you feel strongest about. Because I'm sure if I looked into Activision, I could find something that just makes me hate them even more. Right now I'm just kind of ignorant and uninterested. Whereas with Ubisoft and EA, their stupidity is fresh in my mind. And I also don't know what Bethesda has done. I guess Microsoft in general has just been taking a dump on video games in general. Didn't like a single game they made ever. That's fair enough. That's kind of where I am with Activision. It's like, okay. Can't name a single game they've made that I've liked. There probably is some, but that's not enough for me to actively dislike them, like Ubisoft or EA. Yeah, I can say that the strategy Microsoft is taking is disgusting, and I very much dislike it. But at the same time, it's not like... Somehow it doesn't personally feel as awful as EA and Ubisoft. So I would say I'm not actively boycotting them, I just don't really play their games anyway. I mean, I am about to play the Halo remake, at least to some extent. Whereas was it Assassin's Creed 4 remake? I did get an email about, hey, would you like a copy of this game for streaming purposes, but no streaming actually required. It's like that sort of deal. Get a key, stream if you feel like it. And I just threw that email into the junk. Whereas with Halo it was, yeah sure, I'm interested enough to give this a spin. While Assassin's Creed was more like, oh, no strings attached? Well, I still don't want your shit. And EA probably hasn't done anything interesting since Dead Space Remake, and before that, the last thing they did was Dead Space, the original. Yeah, I think the only Microsoft thing that I use now is Windows, and I would like to get rid of it, but at the same time, it is a case of I just cannot be bothered to get used to using Linux. Because that would be changing basically everything that I use. Like I just don't want to deal with all the hurdles that will come. Because I've got Linux on one of my laptops. And it works. But I also don't really enjoy using it. But I'm with Yanri here. Like, I'm using Windows 10 on this PC. If I ever have to upgrade, it's gonna be Linux. Yeah, that is the first problem, that there are just too many distros. But then you get to the point where you feel like, I don't really like how this thing works. It's too different from what I've used to in Windows for the past 20 years. How do I change this to be more like that? And then you go down a rabbit hole of absolute shit show. And it's little things that, like, I don't know how long I spent trying to figure out how to deal with middle mouse being paste on Linux. Like, I would just like to open this thing. Oh, you can't see it. It's not capturing. But the smooth scrolling by clicking middle mouse. Can I just have that on Linux? And the answer is no. Middle mouse is paste. And maybe there's a way to fix it, but oh my god, what a mess that is. And when the Linux experience is that sort of small things over and over and over again, it just makes it really unappealing to switch. Normal is the selection buffer, not even the keyboard. Oh, fantastic. At least Firefox had a setting that allowed you to use smooth scrolling in Firefox like that. It just doesn't work anywhere else. Oh yeah, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, but that is exactly the point. It's like, these are the basic functionalities that everyone who has been using Windows for the past 20, 30 years is gotten used to and probably doesn't want to change. But with Linux, they don't really have a choice but to get used to something totally different. Just a thread complaining about that specific issue. Yep. Makes sense. It was one of the first things I noticed when installing Linux on the laptop. Like, maybe once Windows 10 is actually on its deathbed, taking the final breaths, maybe at that point there will be a spike of Linux developments that make it more Windows user friendly. And some sort of normalized version of Linux appears that just is the go-to that people can point to. That is the one you want to switch to. But sadly, we are not there yet, and I don't think we're even close. Yeah, theoretically that time is now, but practically I think that time is... When's the end of life support for Windows 10? When does it stop? Windows 10 support quietly extended until October 2027. Okay, so I'm expecting big Linux things in October 2027, but no sooner than that. Oh yeah, I mean, this browser right here is actually a LibreWolf. I'm using both LibreWolf and Firefox. I have slightly different use cases for my browser on my second screen and my browser on my main screen. So I've got two different browsers that I've configured differently. Easier than having multiple profiles. And I generally just say Firefox, even if I mean LibreWolf, because everybody knows what Firefox is. Edge was a good thing to exist before it went Chromium. I agree. Kinda. It's good that there were more browsers that are not Chromium. It wasn't a good browser, but it was a good thing that it wasn't Chromium. One of the great programming legends. Still uses Windows 7 and Firefox decades ago. Seems appropriate. Like, even if Windows 10 support ended, I think I would still prefer Windows 10 over... I would prefer Windows 10 without support over Windows 11 with support. I think it's, honestly, it feels safer. Because how the fuck can you just trust whatever Microsoft is doing with 11? Going back to storage media again. Except nobody can afford to get any storage anymore. Microsoft is a supply chain liability for their own operating system. Exactly. Exactly the reason why I would rather stick with 10 than 11. Yeah, I wouldn't mind some more SSDs. But not right now. How long is this song? God. I have not heard of File Pilot, but is it an Explorer replacement that actually functions? Does it find files with the find function? Toxic Crisis from Cruelty Squad. I think I know which one that is. And no. Okay, I see. Maybe I should look into that. Either everything or File Pilot. I'm a filthy commoner using Explorer and not finding anything. Who knows what's on my PC at this point? Or even if you could just disable the web search from Explorer, that would immediately be a big upgrade to that. Oh, Absolution is not a movie game. Not even close. 007 is a movie game. I sorta see why people can't be bothered to write anything without a web browser. As a web developer, I totally see it. It is the lazy option if I wanted to make some sort of app like that. I can see myself gravitating in that direction. Just for my own convenience. Although maybe not these days, because, I don't know, being a web developer seems to be a dead-end career. Did not allow you to display seconds in your OS clock in your taskbar. They re-enabled. This will increase power draw. HTML CSS layout rendering library that you can easily embed in regular apps. I would use that. Well, would I? Because the reality of my current career path is that I'm looking for a job, and every time I get into an interview, they're like, so, how about that AI thing? Like, well, I didn't use it in my previous job. I guess I'm using it now for everything, and I'm getting shit as a programmer. I was mediocre to begin with, and now I'm garbage because I use AI because everybody wants me to use AI. So, am I really a programmer anymore? I don't know. At this point, I think I'm a pretty shit programmer. So, starting a sheep farm is looking more and more appealing. Or I got a funny text message from Finnish unemployment services during ESA. Actually made me laugh out loud. They are offering a training for those with higher education degrees for digital messaging, content creation, AI, and digital marketing. Are the unemployment services telling me to pivot fully to full-time streaming? Is Finland at that point? We are so cooked. And yeah, I firsthand feel my thinking being degraded, having been using AI for the past couple of months. Because I feel like I have to if I want to get a job. And I hate it. Like, I am not joking when I say that I have gotten worse as a programmer. I've gotten way more done, and I have no idea how any of it works. Not a great feeling. Didn't universal basic income make some inroads in Finland? Maybe there was some attempt years ago, but the current government is basically garbage and are making everything worse. Like, the current government's system is basically that if you are unemployed, it's your full-time job to be searching for a job. And if you do anything else that gets you any money, they will actively punish you. So if they ever look at my incomes and they see that, oh, Google.com has given you this sort of money this month, how much work did you put in to do that? I have to say, I did absolutely nothing. It was free money. Because if I say that I worked for that money, they will punish me. This country is so fucked. Happiest country in the world. Well, that song ended. Okay, the video still keeps going, but that song ended. Oh yeah, our politicians are pretty top-notch at this point. Like, I don't know, what is his technical profession? Like, the employment minister is somebody who has never worked an honest job a day in his life, just a career politician. And his advice to the unemployed was, just have a good attitude, and you will find a job. Like, dude, jump into a river, don't get up. Yeah, he was one of those, just have a firm handshake and maintain eye contact. Just walk into the store and ask for a job. Says the guy who has never had a job outside of politics. Unrelated. Any interest in the new Hellraiser game? See, I thought there was a clear connection to Hellraiser, given that some of our politicians are a waste of skin. I'm kinda interested in the new Hellraiser game. It looks like interesting bit of something. May give it a shot, but then again, I got a huge backlog of older games that I'm more interested in. Even new horror games. Or new old horror games, like, what's it called? What's it called? Just came out, but I forgot the title. The one that was in development for like a decade. Maybe I'll see it and recognize it. Routine, that's the one, yeah. Where is it? There it is. I meant to play that at release and then I didn't. In development for a decade used to be enough to narrow things down. But now, indie game in development for a decade. Maybe that narrows things down a bit more. But at this point, it's not even on my short list of things to play. Since we got new Teardown DLC. Interesting. Unfortunately, not allowed on Twitch. I don't know how true it is, but at least 30 years ago, when it was first brought up, it was compared to Hitman. So in a way, that is relevant to my interests. Kickstream when? I don't know, do they pay well? Since Finnish government is trying to push me into that direction. Feels like a gambling website. I mean, it is owned by some gambling company, isn't it? I have no idea if it's actually any good. I just know that the reputation Kick has is that it's where people go when they are too shit for Twitch. Wasn't Kick owned by Microsoft? You're thinking of Mixer. Yeah, by being too shit for Twitch, I do mean the people who get banned from the Twitch for being actively shit people. Like, I don't really want to associate with those people. I don't know if that's even true, but that's the reputation that the Kick has, in my mind anyway. Maybe I'm just delusional. Non-PC. I don't even know what that means. Non-PC. Oh wait, like, politically correct. I was like, personal computer? What? Huh? But these days, being more non-PC tends to mean more pro-Nazi. Only console gamers use that site. Yeah, I don't think I'd fit it in. If you tell someone you're a Kick streamer, people just assume the worst about you. Yeah, pretty much. Anyone streaming anything interesting? Not really. Darn. Anyone streaming anything interesting who I don't follow? Nothing jumps out. Well, I think it's about time to wrap this up. Plan is to stream tomorrow. What's the current game poll list in this? I mean, like I said, this poll doesn't actually mean anything. It's just for fun. But this is the current list. Which, if anybody new, you can go to yame.ninja and cast your meaningless votes that I may or may not take into consideration when picking casual games for streaming. And these are the current vote totals. But anyway, I think that's enough for today. Plan is to stream tomorrow. I think I'm gonna start with the 007 new things, whatever the heck they are. Escalations, taxim, operations, blah. I don't expect that to take horribly long. So after that, I think it's either gonna be Halo or Teardown. I think it's gonna be a casual kind of day. Maybe Halo and Teardown, who knows. gets here email access. Fair enough, fair enough. I do not do anything with it though. You can actually confirm because this is open source. But fair enough. Understandable principle. But yeah, tomorrow, 007, Halo, Teardown. Who knows? Find out tomorrow. I'll probably also stream pretty early tomorrow. But I can't commit to any specific time. Likely around noon, 1 PM, Central European. But find out by following here or on Discord. With that, thank you for watching. Have a good evening and see you later. Bye. Where's my end stream button?